1 CF 885. May I have the appearances, please?
Abby Nikolai, J.J. Crawford, and Randy Sitzberger appearing for the state.
Good morning, Donna Kukler, Pablo Galaviz appearing with Ms. Kurczewski.
I'm told all of the jurors are here. Is there anything I need to go over with the parties prior to bringing them out for the continuation of Detective Hoppy's testimony?
Yes, Judge, we went back through the video clips that we prepared because I noticed yesterday with the first two we've already played, both of them had the wrong end stamp second, and I have paper copies for the court. So for example, the video would end with the second being 52, but on the slide it was typed in that it ended at 50. And so there were a few corrections like that that I had to go through and make. There are 2 PowerPoints where actually I trimmed video back because it didn't end where it should have ended. And so we're gonna have copies of 202, 203, 204, and 205 provided on USBs today for the court and defense. I chatted briefly with Attorney Kukler. There's no video that's been added to any exhibit that wasn't previously there. The changes are simply, for example, in Exhibit 204, Slide 4 was trimmed by, maybe 3 seconds. So I want to make that record. I've got paper copies for the court. In terms of 202, the 2 slides that we've played already, we kept in the updated version because those are already in evidence, but they had to be corrected because the timestamps, for example, on slide 3, had to be corrected, that the seconds were off. I feel like I'm not explaining this very well, but there were issues between what the video was showing when the video ended on the sheriff's department time ticker versus the text that's been entered into these slides about what second the video ended at.
I understand.
Okay.
So you'll go through that with the detective on the stand so it's clear to the jury, or are you just going through it with me on the record?
Well, moving forward, they're all correct, and the versions we'll be showing the jury are correct and accurate, so I shouldn't really have to say anything to them. My point is just because everyone already has copies of a different version, that's why I'm bringing it up.
Okay. So 202, I understand right, it has this paper copy of a PowerPoint. Obviously the audio files are embedded, so it's not something that can be printed. That's been received. So I have a couple of questions. One, Attorney Kukler, any comment or statement you want to make on what the state has advised?
Yes, I do. First of all, previously we'd been provided a letter from the state, and that was brought up at the beginning of trial, that January 19th letter, where the state indicated what sections were going to be the sections of the interviews that the state was not going to play, and they outlined it by time. And so we methodically went through those interviews to look to see what it was during those times that was not going to be played. Now that's going to, from as I'm hearing things, going to mess up what was.
I haven't heard that that's the situation, that has altered it in any way, has it?
No, it's simply, like I said, there's nothing that's been added to the exhibits. It's things that have been taken back.
Right, but does any of that impact any of the redactions that you advised the defense about in that January 19 letter?
No, in fact, out of an abundance of caution, I deleted a slide from 202 that was less than a minute long because I felt that it discussed the defendant's, she discusses the possible penalty for a first-degree intentional homicide. So I just took that slide out. So if anything, it actually is more careful than the list even was, if that makes sense.
Okay.
There's not a lot of changes though. The only two that actually have videos trimmed to a different length are 202 and 204. The other ones are just correcting that time issue, like I said.
So my concern, Your Honor, is also that the state opened the door yesterday when they played a portion of the video where Lynn Hernan's drunk driving was brought up. That was something that was not going to be allowed to be brought up, but was played by the state yesterday. And so that door has been opened. I believe that going forward, we can go into that because they played that. I suspect that part of what they've redacted today is taking out what they went oops on yesterday when it played. And I think that's what's really causing this.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, but I need to focus on the initial issue that has been raised, not whether they've opened the door. We have a jury waiting. So,
Sure, but
we can address that later.
No,
we haven't even gotten to cross-examination because he's still on direct.
what I am saying, Judge, is that they're saying that what they're admitting now is they've removed seconds. And I'm objecting to their having removed anything from anything that was played yesterday. So I do object.
I didn't change anything that was played yesterday.
That was my understanding of what you said.
Right. That was why I endeavored into this very lengthy process last night, because it wasn't right, but what's in is in. I understand that.
All right, so in terms of the Exhibit 202 that's been received, if there's been a correction, it needs to be marked as 202A unless there's an agreement to replace it.
Okay.
And what's the defense position on 202 and whether it should be replaced or the new one marked as 202A?
Marked as 202A.
All right, without an agreement, that's what I need to do. The law's clear on that. Can't simply just replace an exhibit without agreement. So we'll have it marked. You'll have to do what you need to do in terms of having the witness address that. And we'll go from there. And just to be clear, because I don't have the contents of that letter in front of me right now. All of the times that you indicated in that letter that you were redacting out and not showing, from what you're saying, you may have added a little bit to that out of an abundance of caution, but you didn't include anything going forward that was listed in that redaction.
Correct.
And it's only in 202 and 204. Well, I may have got
202 and 204 are the only the only two exhibits that have videos that have been shaved off a little in a couple of the slides. Correct. For the most part, the changes are the timestamp in the lower left corner showing the time that the clip depicts.
Can you please tell me, with 202 only right now, what slides, as I'm looking at the paper copy, I think you said slide 3 earlier, what has been changed? Taken off. What did you trim back, the video, not just correcting that time?
I did not trim any video from slide 3 because that was already played to the jury. But nonetheless, the timing was wrong. The end point of that clip should be 07:13:50, and yesterday it said 52. So that was what was corrected. The same with slide 2. The video wasn't changed at all, but
All right. And then what about any slides going forward? Did you trim the actual video?
On slide 6, there is 1 second cut off the end.
What is the starting time on that, just because the pages aren't numbered?
Sure, it's 7:31:14,
Okay.
and the end time for that is now 7:32:12, whereas in the original exhibit it was 7:32:13.
Any other slides in that particular exhibit?
So in the original, slide 12 was starting 8:25:05 through 8:25:48.
Okay.
And that was the slide I removed because there's discussion about the penalties for a first-degree intentional homicide.
You removed the whole slide?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to print. Anything else on that one?
No.
Two oh three has not been changed?
No videos have been changed, but the timestamps on slide 2 and 6 were corrected to match the video player. I'm sorry, slides 3 and 6, not 2 and 6.
What about 204? You mentioned slide 4.
Yes, slide 4 was trimmed and corrected. So that slide begins at about 9:45 and the new end time is 9:57:14. I don't have that in front of me.
With the PowerPoints, I don't know that I know I have 202 and I have 206, and I only have 202 because Teresa printed it off for me. It wasn't in my box, and I don't know that I have those other ones.
These are for the court.
May I see those?
Sure.
You don't have one for me?
I think she said she gave it to you on a flash drive,
No,
but
I have not received any on a flash drive.
It's right there. Oh, one is for the court.
all right, do you have, were these previously provided to defense at all?
Yes. Oh,
The PowerPoints?
these were turned over like last Monday when we brought exhibits through, but since last night, I've had to correct the slides, and that's what's just been provided to defense and the court.
Okay, so defense has them electronically?
Right.
And now you've given them a flash drive yet?
Yes.
I do not have them electronically. It's not been sent to me, not the new version. Just this very minute, I'm handed a flash drive, which I haven't looked at yet. Nothing was sent to me overnight.
I don't think that's what she said.
I thought that's what the court was
No.
suggesting. Okay.
That is 202, 203, 204, and 205.
All right, just because there's been a change, and I don't want to hold us up too much longer, anytime we have a change, we should, just on abundance, make sure that you're printing off copies for me and the defense. I understand it can get voluminous, but I'll have Teresa print them off or copy what I have, just so we can get them to them right now. You can use the printer in the chambers, Judge Bourne's chambers. If you have them electronically, oh, you have the flash.
Yeah, I can't plug the flash drive.
Actually, let me do this. I need Teresa in here. I can't have her doing this. If the state could have them printed off and delivered as quickly as possible, that would be great. That way, and then you should be able to compare what you have with the electronic copies that you received with the information that was exchanged last Monday at the start of the trial due to my order on exhibits.
The only concern I have right now is that there are some minutes that have been redacted. Looking at the original slide's not going to help me. I'm going to have to listen to hear what it is that's been redacted, which is what we did on the original letter that had come through. Now there's 3 sections that we've gotten to so far that have been discussed that have additional redactions that I need to listen to.
I will give you ample time before your cross to compare. This is not, the information's not new. All of these videos have been turned over as part of the discovery process, some for a very long period of time. So I understand what you're saying. From what I have taken notes about, with the exception of the one entire slide, these are small changes. And we will all be here listening, watching during his direct examination, meaning of Detective Hoppy. I will give you extra time before you have to start your cross to compare whatever it is you want to compare and make any requests that you want to make in terms of whether any of that should be added back in. And if that means even if he gets done, today at noon, and I need to give you an extra long lunch or whatever it is, we'll do it. That's fair. But I don't think it should hold up continuing his direct examination this morning. I will make sure we wait, though, until those printed copies are provided, because I know for me, I take all of these printed exhibits and I make extensive notes on them. And it's just easier for me to do that, to keep track of things, and maybe that's helpful to you, so I'll at least give you that so you have the printed copies of the replacements 202, 203, 204, 205, and I know there's a 206, but that wasn't touched is what you're telling me?
Right.
So that you at least have those before the direct examination continues. That way, I know you have, I think, 2 computers there. You should be able to pull up the electronic versions of the originals that you have and at least make some comparisons. And again, I'll still give you time before you have to cross-examine Detective Hoppy to go through all of that. But other than what I just said, in terms of waiting till the printed copies are provided to you, your opportunity to really review this will be in between his direct and your cross. Now, since I know we have a little bit of time and reference has been made to whether the state's opened the door, I am not allowing the defense to get into her drunk driving past. That is just simply an attempt to slander the victim's reputation. It has nothing to do with the allegations in this case, whether she has drunk driving convictions in the past. It was a passing reference. We've heard here today that was not originally intended. I believe that's inadvertent. I have no reason to believe otherwise. Even if it was or couldn't be avoided because of the context and the interview of your client, I am not going to turn this into a sideshow, frankly, about her past and drunk drive. It is not relevant to the charges in this case, period. I know that sometimes information comes in because it's unavoidable in the context of an interview, but that doesn't mean the door has been opened, nor does it mean, even if I were to consider that the door is open, that I'm going to allow further testimony and evidence on that issue. That's my decision, not taking any argument on it. I expect that the parties going forward will follow that. Now, if there's some other, I guess, slip along the way, or comes up, well, I obviously will reserve my right to revisit that should there be a request. But at this point in time, the motion in limine, I believe it was number 19 that I granted in favor of the state, remains. I've not changed my ruling on that. The last thing is, and I've told the defense, and I haven't had a request, obviously she was in custody during this. She was in her civilian attire, but I could see her hands were in handcuffs. I know going forward, there's interviews where she's in the jail orange. And so I've let the defense know, if you want me to read an instruction about, that should not be held against her in any way, let me know. The sooner the better. I do intend to have it in the final jury instructions in some form, and it may be better just to do it at that point. But as a cautionary instruction, I will leave it up to the defense to make sure you request that from me. And if there's a specific request as to when, please let me know. All right, so with that, we'll just be in a holding pattern until those printouts get here. All right, I'm gonna step off the bench. We'll be in recess. Be seated. All right, has the state provided the printed copies of the PowerPoints that have been revised?
Yes, Judge, we also gave essentially a shorthand copy of the notes that I had in terms of what slides the changes were on and what the change was.
Defense acknowledge receipt?
Yes.
All right. Then with that, I know obviously our jurors are here. Detective Hoppy, you can come on back up to the witness stand. I will have Teresa re-swear you because it is day 2. So, Madam Clerk.
Before they walk in, or?
No, when after they come in. Yeah, sorry.
No, that's right, I just said a moment where,
He's just prepared for
I was
when they
ready.
come in.
way to be prepared, Chris.
All rise to the jury.
Or not. That was funny. We needed a little levity, that was good. Apparently my computer doesn't want to sign in today.
All rise to the jury.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Detective Hoppy, you're standing. Please raise your right hand. Madam Clerk will swear you in.
Do you solemnly swear that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
All right, thank you. Be seated. And once again, since it's a second day of testimony, just state your first and last names for the record.
Aaron, A-A-R-O-N, Hoppy, H-O-P-P-E.
Thank you. Go ahead, Attorney Nicola. You may continue with your direct examination.
Thank you, Judge. Detective Hoppy, when we left off yesterday, we were watching some videos, right?
Yes,
Can you remind the jury what day that interview happened?
July 9th, 2019.
Okay. And yesterday, I think we got through just 2 clips of that, right?
Correct.
In terms of the video clips, do you recall that for the record there is a typed timestamp in the lower left corner of each slide so we know what the clip is of?
Correct.
And yesterday, did you notice that some of those stamps were a little bit off
Correct, yes, they were.
in terms of when the actual time running on the video was ending? It didn't match by a few seconds.
Yes, it was just a few seconds off.
So overnight, have you been able to look at that, and have you seen what's been marked as State's Exhibit 202A?
Yes,
And does it correct some of those errors?
yes, it does.
Does it add any content that wasn't in 202?
No, it does not.
Okay. I'd move 202A into evidence, ask for permission to publish.
No objection.
All right, Exhibit 202A is received, permission to publish granted.
And Detective on the screen before you, do you see that marked 202A?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Now, if we go to slide 2, please. This is a slide that the jury saw yesterday, is that true?
Yes.
Has the video been changed at all on this slide?
No, it is not.
Okay, going to slide 3. Again, is this a clip that the jury watched yesterday?
Yes, it is.
Same question. Was the video changed at all on this slide?
No, it was not.
Okay, so if we can please go to slide 4. And Detective, is this a continuation of that interview?
Yes, it is.
Where are you sitting?
I'm basically beneath the camera. I'm in the corner of the interview room to Detective Cole's left.
Okay, thank you. And for the record, this is a clip from 07/13/57, and at this point I'd ask to publish that.
Go ahead.
And we've never taken advantage of that, if that's what you guys are thinking. I mean, she was, anybody who knows her, she gave everyone money. That gym guy, she helped him with over $20,000 in legal bills, his house, his this. I mean, that's just how she was. It wasn't, you know, I mean, because I feel like now you're getting into finances, like you guys think something's up, but that's how Lynn was with her money. She did what she wanted, how she wanted. Mm-hmm. She had a $10,000 bracelet, a $12,000 necklace. Why? Because she wanted it. She bought that a year before she died, just for the fun of it. Mm-hmm. I mean, she didn't have a rhyme or reason on how she did things. She did what she wanted because she could, and she was always poor. When her parents died, she said, you know what, this is the first time I can do what I want, how I want. She bought the Jeep she wanted. She bought the condo. She hit the condo. She wanted to get out there. But she was one of those people that lived day by day. This is, today I want to go shopping, or today I want to buy a jewelry. She'd call me all the time, hey, want to go on vacation today? Let's just book a trip and go. I'm like, Lynn, what are you talking? I can't just up and go. But that's the type of person she was. Or towards the end, she got mad because one of her credit cards got reduced. She goes, I'm going to just go blow it all. And that's when she bought the bracelet and whatever. And I'm like, what do you think? Like, her mind was just, she did what she wanted, how she wanted. I can't, you know, have any say or control because it's hers. It's her stuff. It's what she wants.
The last week or two,
Mm-hmm.
she gets out of the hospital and then she dies like within the 2 weeks, right?
Yep.
It seems like she's out of control then when I say that, but she doesn't care. She's taking pills.
To me, it seemed like she gave up before she went to the hospital. It seemed like the hospital was a last-ditch effort for everyone who loved her because we were all pushing her to go. Her neighbor, Judy, her ex-husband, my mom, me, she was just in bad shape, and we wanted her to get help.
Who's your ex-husband?
Or ex-boyfriend, sorry. Ex-boyfriend, not husband.
Okay, and that's that gym dude, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because I never heard of an ex-husband.
No, it wasn't. It was ex-boyfriend.
Okay.
It just, we wanted her to get the help. We wanted her, and I think she went back and forth. She kind of wanted to feel better, and then she just was sick of being sick. She went both ways.
Did she struggle in the hospital?
Oh, a lot. A lot. They put a camera in after a couple days because they were having problems.
Because in the hospital, they make you follow the rules. Mm-hmm. As far as take this and just, you don't get to...
Oh, I mean, I'm sure medical examiners asked the hospital about her. You know, they've asked, and I'm sure they had some words. The nurses, the doctors, I mean, they all had things to tell me every time I came in. That she was a handful. Because she wanted to do it her way. And didn't care what they told her. And if they didn't get the pills she wanted, they were giving her something generic. That's when, well, I need you to go get my prescription. I said, Lynn, they're giving you what you need. I'll get it because you're telling me to and it's yours. It's rightfully yours. Mm-hmm. But that's why when I came back, I purposely told them. I said, I'm going to let you know right now, she has it. It's up to you guys what you want to do with it, but she wanted it. Mm-hmm. And that's when they took it from her.
Were you there when they took it from her?
No.
I think it was a pretty good fight.
Maybe. I mean, she got it back when she left.
Was she mad at you when she found out you told them? Because she probably figured out that you told
them. Well, no, I did tell her I was going to tell them. Because I said, you know, I don't know what you're supposed to be doing or not doing. And You know, I feel like when you're in the hospital, they're going to give you what you need.
Yeah.
So that's just my opinion.
You know, they don't give you anything you're not supposed
Yeah.
to, and then
No.
they don't even like you bringing stuff in like a cheeseburger or something, you know?
No.
They want you to
Yeah.
know exactly what you got going in and out.
Well, it makes sense. I mean,
Yeah.
yeah. But
Did your mom help out with Lynn?
no,
No.
no.
Um,
My mom didn't. She did, I mean, prior. My mom helped out when Lynn's parents died. She couldn't physically do it again. She watched Lynn have a nervous breakdown and come back from it, but it was like a 6-month nervous breakdown. And she trashed her parents' house. A lot happened when Lynn's mom died. And physically it wore on my mom, just seeing her like that, because she's never seen that side of her. It was a totally different person. So that's why Lynn purposely had everything in my mom's name, like to take care of everything if something happened, even medical when she was alive. And she switched it to me because she said, your mom, A, doesn't have the time for it, my mom with her job and stuff. And she said, B, because she was there prior, I don't want to make her do it again. So.
okay. I was going to ask you why it got switched to you. That explains it.
I didn't know she switched everything. I only knew she switched some things. I had no clue at the end. I didn't know.
Were you authorized user on the credit card and stuff when she's telling
Yep.
you to do? But not on all of them, because you said
Oh, I don't
authorized.
know. I have no idea. That was her doing, so I don't know.
We said she had 30 credit cards.
She had a lot of credit. I don't know exact, but it was a lot.
But she wasn't giving you different cards every time. You were using.
Oh no, she gave different cards. She liked to use her different cards. She said it all the time. I got to use this one. I haven't used it. She had stickies with dates and last time she used them and everything. I swear to God, I've never seen anybody like that.
Why?
Because she likes to keep track of when she used it last and okay, I need to use it this time. That was just what she did.
Just cause.
I have no idea.
What credit cards you got?
I have 4.
I mean, you got 2. Yeah, I think I got 2.
Well, not of all that I have, I don't use, so.
Like you said, Lauren is younger, but you kind of figure out that you don't need.
No.
You kind of pair it.
I mean, I was in shock. I was like, I have never seen this amount of stuff. Never. And her thing was, too, like the hospital. She kept saying, well, I'm just going to use everything, because one day when I'm not here, I'm not paying any of it. That was her biggest thing. Pushing it. I'm just going to use it. I'm going to use it. I'm going to charge it all. And I'm like, what?
It's your money. I mean.
Well, yeah, you can do whatever you want.
I mean, I guess. I mean,
you're going to get stuck paying it.
we have different. Everyone's life's a little different.
Yeah.
You know, I used to be a lot looser, and now I have children. So, you know, that changes your
Yeah.
whole concept.
I'm the same way. You got to be very careful with money.
You know, it's like you gotta. I don't buy soda at a gas station because it's like, well, I gotta put 2 kids through college, at least one.
Yeah.
You know. The last 2 weeks, did she fall the last since she got out of the hospital, the last hospital stay?
Yeah.
Did she fall at all?
Yeah. That's when her neighbor helped me.
And
pick her
Judy
up.
came and helped her, or whatever her name was,
Yeah.
June, or
I don't know why I can't think of her name right now, but I haven't talked to her in a while, so. Yeah, she helped me
did Jim ever come over?
Oh, no.
Help?
No.
When did she give Jim the money? Do you remember?
Want to say within the last year. And I think she might have given him money like 2-3 times, not just that. I want to say maybe like the last 3 years.
Do you know the last time Jim saw her? So I thought at one time, and someone told me that like she didn't want him to see Jim anymore. She told him not to
Her
come.
looks and stuff, yeah. I don't know, because he didn't come when I was around.
Okay.
His mom did. His mom was Judy. His mom did.
His mom's
She
Judy.
came- That's Judy.
Okay.
Not the neighbor, but that's where they
Oh,
got
no,
Yeah,
different.
yeah.
Sorry.
No, I can't think of the neighbor's name. It's driving me nuts right now. It's on my phone, but I can't think of the neighbor's name. But the neighbor would be probably the one who saw her just as, not as much as me, but I mean more, you know, and helped out. When she fell, I needed help.
Yeah, you can't get her yourself.
And then Judy was Jim's mom, and she would come every so often. She saw him more than Jim. I saw her towards the end more than Jim. So I don't know though than Jim. I couldn't tell you.
You don't know. There's another beneficiary in the will.
Anthony.
Who's that?
That is Kareen's son. Kareen is her best friend, just like my mom.
Does Kareen come over and help? again, I don't know anyone. You know what I'm saying? I kind of asked you, why is Green coming over? Because he's my best friend, right?
Yeah.
So if he's in the hospital, God, besides wiping his butt, which I would do, you know that, right?
Yeah.
Just come take care of your guy, you know?
A, half the people didn't know she was in the hospital. B, she didn't want him to know, and she didn't want to see him.
So she's kind of pushing people away.
Yes. But that's how she was. If she didn't feel good, she didn't want you around. I mean, I wouldn't have been around when she didn't feel good, but she needed help.
She tell you don't
Well,
come?
she'd have days that say, yeah, don't come, don't this, don't that. I mean, she did what she wanted, how she wanted.
Yeah.
Some days she didn't feel good. I usually knew if she said don't come, most of it was because she didn't want me to make the trip out again, or drive out again, but I usually went. I mean, I'm not saying I did every time, but, I mean, she'd call me, I'd be out doing something. And she'd call me and she'd fall. I'd have to leave and go, and I would. It wasn't a question of, oh, well, let's see, maybe I'll come. I mean, I just went. You have to.
This dude you're living with, I assume that's your boyfriend.
Mhm.
Is it Scott or Craig? Or
Scott Craig.
Does he ever go see her?
No, he's never met her.
Never
She
met her?
never wanted to meet him.
Just cause?
Because she was sick.
What? Interpret it clear. You're not Jessy.
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry.
You know what I mean?
He would have loved to meet her, but she just didn't want to do it. Only one time, she was willing to let him come to the house because she said, well, this isn't what I look like. I told you, she gained the weight and everything in the weight was 2-3 years. But her appearance changed. She always said, I don't want anybody to see me. And I'd be like, well, he's going to stop with me real quick. No, just can you drop him off at home? So.
Okay. Anyone else have contact with her besides you and the neighbor?
What do you mean contact her?
Well, go see her.
Well, people talk to her.
I'm talking about go see her physically at the apartment or the condo. That's the neighbor.
No.
Well, there's two Judys, right?
Yeah, her name isn't Judy. It's Jean.
Jean's the neighbor.
Yes.
Okay, Jean's the neighbor.
Yeah.
Judy is Jim's mom.
Yeah.
Do you know her? What's her last name? Do you know?
I gave you all this.
Okay,
Sorry, I don't have it.
that's fine. I didn't plan on doing this today, to be honest with you. Okay.
You did I
just came back from vacation.
I mean, I really didn't plan on any of this. I mean, I wanted to get information, don't get me wrong, but not.
Detective Hoppy, in that clip that the jury just watched, did Ms. Kurczewski discuss with you and Detective Cole some things that she says happened in the hospital during the hospital visit?
Yes.
Do you recall discussion about a video camera?
Yes.
What was that about?
She said that the hospital was concerned for things that Lynn was doing, and they had set up a camera in her room.
I'd like to show you an exhibit before we move on to the next clip of 202A. If I could please just show the witness exhibit 207. Detective Hoppy, throughout this case, were you able to review medical records from that hospital visit?
Yes, I did.
And in fact, were you in the courtroom when many of those records were shown to the jury in this case?
Yes, I was.
And fair to say exhibit 207 is a 2-page document?
Yes,
Have you seen that before?
I have.
Is it significant to this case?
Yes, it is.
Does it look like a fair and accurate copy of that portion of the medical record?
Yes.
I'd move exhibit 207 into evidence, asked to publish.
No objection.
Exhibit 207 is received, permission to publish granted.
And detective, you see the exhibit sticker is actually on the top right for this exhibit, is that true?
Yes, it is.
Okay, if we can scroll to the bottom of page 1 and zoom in, please. It looks like there is a note that begins on the bottom of the page and flows into the next page, is that fair?
Yes.
Okay, so if we go to the top of page 2, does that note continue where it says progress notes?
Yes.
Do you see anything in this note significant to Ms. Kurczewski telling you the hospital put a video camera in Lynn's room?
Yes.
What is it?
It says that there is the Avis placed in the room for safety.
Do you know what Avis is?
It's a camera system that the hospital uses.
Does this note say why that was done?
Yes, it does.
What does it say?
Patient confused at times, trying to pull on lines and get out of bed without calling. Patient does not use call light appropriately.
What did Ms. Kurczewski tell you about why a camera was put in Ms. Hernan's room?
About misuse of medication.
Does that seem consistent with this record?
No, it does not.
When Ms. Kurczewski talked to you about that misuse of medication during her testimony or during her interview, how did she say Ms. Hernan got that medication to misuse it?
That she brought the medication to the hospital,
Okay.
being Ms. Kurczewski.
Okay. Ultimately, did Ms. Kurczewski tell you that she told a nurse what she did when she brought it in?
She alleged she told the nurse, yes.
Have you looked through the medical records in this case?
Yes, I have.
Is there anything in the medical records consistent with the allegation that Ms. Kurczewski brought medication into the hospital and then told staff she did so?
There's no documentation stating that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Balconier. If we can please go back to Exhibit 202A, and we are on slide 5. All right, Detective, is this again a continuation of that same interview?
Yes, it is.
All right, we can go ahead and play.
Something you weren't supposed to.
Never.
Just everything on there is for.
Always permission. Always. I know better. I know better. There's a reason I don't want to be sitting in these. I know better, and I really.
And you know why I asked, right?
I feel like you're asking because of my history.
That's fine.
I feel like I'm sitting in cuffs for a reason now. I'll be very honest with you guys. I feel like this is all mixed together.
You're in cuffs because it's policy.
No, but I mean, I feel like I was brought in because of this. I didn't put 2 and 2 together until I saw you guys, and I'm wondering why I was going to Waukesha. Granted, I was half asleep when I left the house, but I'm really starting to think you guys think I did something or I did something wrong. And if you knew Lynn, you knew the way she was. I didn't do anything, and I'll tell you that honestly.
I don't know.
I love her to death.
I don't know her. That's why I'm asking you a lot of questions, because I don't know who she was.
I get it.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's one of the disadvantages of doing this job is you know her intimately.
Yeah, I know her very well.
And I'm investigating a death.
I get it.
And there's an anomaly in her toxicology. There's a drug in her system that's not supposed to be there.
And what would that be?
It's called tetrahydrazine.
What is that?
Commonly known as eye drops.
She uses eye drops all the time.
What does she use them for?
She used them for her eyes. But she went through them like crazy, which didn't make sense.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Like, when you say a lot, how much was she using?
I probably brought her 4 bottles while she was in the hospital.
Yeah?
She put them in her eyes all the time. All the time. And I was like, I've never met somebody that goes through it. She's like, my eyes are always dry. Always.
What kind of eye drops were you buying her?
Whatever kind. She didn't care. She didn't have like a history.
I mean, I'm not an eye drop guy, but we also refer to it as Visine. Is that?
Well, no, there's different. She liked a different kind. I don't know without looking at it. I really don't.
Okay.
No.
The hospital didn't have concerns with it?
I have no idea. I mean, she had it sing out on her thing.
The last couple
But
weeks.
what would that do anyway? I don't get it.
Apparently, it's not good for you to use lots of eye drops. And that's what the medical examiner is concerned about.
Did they look in her house? Because she has boxes of them.
Does
Or
she?
had, yeah. Because she was well known for eye drops.
Okay.
Yeah. That's why I'm like, what is that? Because that just sounds really weird to me when you said
Well, it
that.
sounded
'Cause I'm
weird to
like,
us, too.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, were you going to buy eye drops for her? You're buying at the end? Were you
I
buying
mean, that's
lots?
the same stuff that I bought for her all the time. Yeah.
How many boxes of eye drops you thought you'd buy in a week, maybe?
In a week? I don't know a week, but usually every time I went to the store, she'd ask for them, so I'd get anywhere, maybe like 6 at a time.
Okay.
Yeah.
And you're probably buying, so 6, 3 times a week?
No, I wouldn't think that.
I don't know. I don't know how many times she went to the store, or once a
I
week.
couldn't tell you how often, but usually anytime I went to get her water or something, she'd be like, "Go get eye drops or get," I always had the same list usually of what she wanted.
When you say water, it's really like bottled water.
Yeah.
That's just what she preferred.
Yes. She didn't drink, She didn't trust her. She didn't, ever since she lived in those apartments, she said the water was just funny. She had tested like 3 times. And she said that it just had a bad taste to it, like well water or whatever, because she's lived in a lot of places with well water.
Mm-hmm.
So she's been like that for as long as I can remember.
Did you ever taste the water?
I always drink the bottle too. It's habit for me. I drink bottle at home.
Just asking if
Yeah.
you ever tasted the water.
Yeah.
Maybe it's, I don't know.
No, I drink bottle just like her. I never liked, because we have funky water too. So
Did you ever see her, like squirt the stuff in her mouth?
no,
Eye drops? No.
no, no.
No. Did you ever see her use different kinds of alcohol when she's taking her pills?
Oh, a ton. Well, what do you mean
Alcohol, like
vodka?
spirits, vodka.
Well, yeah, she drank vodka all the time. That's what was her main drink.
The last couple of weeks was she drinking?
She drank up until, I can't even say for sure. I know when she passed, she still had bottles at the house. She normally would go through 2 big things of vodka in 4 days, but I can't honestly say.
When you say big ones, the big 1.75 liter ones?
They're the.
What's the handle on it?
The Fleischmann's. The big Fleischmann's. Or, was it Fleischmann? No.
Oh, Fleischmann's makes a vodka.
I know when I see it's the big
Plastic
plastic.
bottle?
It's the biggest one you can probably get. And she'd go through 2 of those in 4 days. But I don't know what she was really drinking at the end. I don't, because she'd say she wouldn't have one, and I'd come there and she'd have a drink made. So
The day of her death, in the morning when you're there,
yeah.
do you just think she's drinking that day?
I don't remember if I saw a cup out or not, to be honest.
If you saw her drinking at 9 in the morning, would you?
Oh, no. She used to wake up and drink at 3, 4 in the morning. That was normal.
That was normal.
Yeah. That's half of why, towards the end, she didn't drive a lot, because you never knew when she was going to have a drink.
And when she took pills, and when she's drinking and taking pills, you say, hey, you shouldn't do that? And I know she'd say, it's none of your business, right? Or
If you knew Lynn, she's been doing this for years. This is just what she did. I'm sorry, but it's what she did.
Detective, I have some questions that I want to ask you before we move on to the next clip. Up to this point in time, had anyone told Ms. Kurczewski that there was tetrahydrozoline in Lynn Hernan's toxicology?
No,
Do you still have the marker in front of you?
I do.
Can you please put a star on the left of our timeline to indicate to the jury when that information was first relayed to Ms. Kurczewski? Thank you.
Taking the board down, I apologize.
Okay, that's fine, thank you. The minute that eye drops were mentioned, what did Ms. Kurczewski say about a habit Lynn had?
She immediately went into saying that she was well known for eye drops and used them all the time, and Ms. Kurczewski said she had to purchase several bottles at a time for her.
Was Lynn Hernan being, quote, known for eye drops something that had already come up from any other source in your investigation?
No.
When, during this clip that we just watched in slide 5, when this substance is mentioned, what does Ms. Kurczewski say about what that can do to the human body?
She doesn't know. She asked the question of what happens.
Do you recall in this section Detective Cole actually asking Ms. Kurczewski if Lynn Hernan was drinking eye drops?
Yes.
What did Ms. Kurczewski say?
She said that she puts it in her eyes.
Okay. At this point in your investigation, Did you have information already that Miss Kurczewski knew exactly what tetrahydrozoline was?
Maybe at that moment, no, but later on we learned yes.
Okay. In your investigation, did you actually find evidence that at least the device of Miss Kurczewski used the term tetrahydrozoline before this interview?
Yes.
I'd like to show the witness only, please, State's Exhibit 187. And actually, I'll get you the copies out of the box because I know that you looked at the paper copies of this, correct?
Correct.
Okay. So I'm handing you, oops, Exhibit 188. 188 and 187.
Thank you.
Detective, do you recognize those items?
Yes, I do.
Yesterday, we talked a lot about your investigation involving downloading a couple different cell phones, right?
Yes, we did.
And the jury heard about Exhibit 170 in this case from Detective Fredericks.
Yes.
Can you remind them whose phone this was?
Scott Craig's.
Okay. Are Exhibits 187 and 188 data from that phone download?
Yes, it is.
What kind of data?
Exhibit 187 is an excerpt of the timeline from the download of Scott Craig's cell phone, which again is chronological order of messaging or activity in the phone.
Okay, what is Exhibit 188?
It is a demonstrative exhibit, again, readable, more readable version of text messages between Mr. Craig and Ms. Kurczewski.
Have you checked to make sure that the raw data was correctly put into Exhibit 188
Yes, I have.
on the version in front of you?
Yes, I have.
How do you know?
I initialed every page of the document.
Okay. At this point, I'd move Exhibits 187 and 188 into evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
Exhibits 188 and 187 are received, permission to publish granted.
So Detective, would it be fair to say that 187 on the screen right now is that kind of raw data we talked about yesterday?
Correct.
Okay. If we can please go into 188 with the jury, I'm gonna have you read this conversation similar to what you did yesterday. Now, you've indicated a time on the first slide. What is that?
This is the date of the January 2019 message thread.
And if we go to slide 2, again, does this indicate for the jury the participants in the conversation they're about to see?
Yes, that's correct.
Have we used the same numbers that, or the same colors that we used yesterday for those people?
That's correct.
Okay. Moving on to slide 3, please. What date does this discussion begin?
January 12th, 2019.
Okay. Can you please add January 12th of 2019 on our Exhibit 228, our timeline? All right. Thank you.
Ready to go. Yeah.
Okay. Starting at the top, can you please read through this messaging as you did yesterday?
At 8:10 p.m., Scott sends to Jessy, and then what? Can't stay like that all night. It's almost done. At 10:21 p.m., Jessy to Scott, I love you, glad I came having a good night away. 10:22 p.m., Scott sends to Jessy, that's good, be safe. And at 10:29 p.m., Jessy sends to Scott, we Ubered and I'm sobered.
Next slide, please.
This is now the beginning on January 13th, 2019.
So is this the next day?
That is correct.
Okay.
At 9:57 a.m., Jessy to Scott. Scott, I don't feel good. I know you're mad at me, and I'm sorry, but I'm throwing up blood. This is 2 times this morning. I might need to go to walk-in. This isn't. Continuing at 9:50 a.m., Jessy to Scott. Normal. I feel so sick. At 10:34 a.m., Jessy to Scott. OMG, presumably, oh my God. I just got here and had to run literally to the bathroom and just shit for days. Sorry, WTF. I wish you came with me. At 10:35 a.m., Scott to Jessy. Ew. At 10:35 a.m., Scott to Jessy. Well, sorry. I'm hurting so bad right now, too.
In terms of, if we can stay on that slide, please, the discussion in pink on the left, in the top box, the words walk-in is used.
Correct.
Does that have any significance to you?
That was information we believe was related to a walk-in urgent care clinic type location.
And then in fact, a couple down, it seems to suggest Ms. Kurczewski arrived at a new location.
Correct.
Okay. Next slide, please.
Continuing on January 13th, 2019, at 11:03 a.m., Jessy to Scott. Did Alex take Liam? Are you feeling better? At 11:03 a.m., Scott to Jessy. Yes, she took him. I feel horrible. So bad. At 11:06 a.m., Jessy to Scott. Sorry, hon. I feel pretty bad right now, too. They said my blood pressure is really bad. I'm shaking bad right now, and my heart is flying out of my chest. It starts with TH and then continues on to the next text message, which was broken up at 11:06 a.m. Continuing, presumably they got me drinking water like crazy. Might have to give me fluids in my arm if it doesn't improve fast. They took blood, waiting. The nurses keep, continuing at 11:06 from the last text, the nurses keep coming in every 2 minutes to check my blood pressure.
Okay, next slide, please.
Once again, we're continuing from January 13th, 2019 at 11:08 a.m. Scott to Jessy, oh geez. And 11:30 a.m. Scott to Jessy, what's up?
Okay, the next slide.
Continuing on January 13th, 2019 at 11:39 a.m. Jessy to Scott. I have traces of tetrahydrozoline in my blood. The doctor said that's what's messing with my blood pressure and why I feel like crap. He said that's the main, broken up to the next text, which is at 11:39 as well, ingredient in eye drops. WTF. I'm freaking out right now. He said so much stuff that I'm in complete shock. He asked me a ton of questions, where I've been. Next text is also continuing at 11:39, who I've been around and all this shit. I have to go for a chest x-ray and get fluids in my vein now. I have to have the charcoal crap. It's so nasty. I don't. Continuing at 11:39 a.m., Jessy to Scott. Want to. I'm waiting for the x-ray and I'm shaking now again. I'm reading about it online and I need to stop.
Next slide, please.
Continuing again on January 13th, 2019, Scott to Jessy. Jesus Christ. We'll try to calm down. At 11:40 a.m., Scott to Jessy. Well, at 11:41 a.m., Jessy to Scott. The whole shitting thing is false. It messes with you really bad and not with poop.
Okay, next slide.
Once again, continuing on January 13th, 2019, Jessy to Scott. He said that people put it in people's drinks all the time. He said there's no taste to it and people don't notice. Who the fuck does that? Is this Mike's? And then the text is broken up. 11:44. Jessy to Scott continuing. New sick joke. Thinking of his new poop ideas or what? At 11:45 a.m. Scott to Jessy. I have no idea. At 11:45 Scott to Jessy. I don't see why he would do that.
Next slide, please.
Again, continuing on January 13th, 2019 at 11:48 a.m., Jessy to Scott. I don't fucking know. Seriously, I just want to cry. I can't even believe this. At 11:52 a.m., Jessy to Scott. Have you read on this shit? OMG. At 11:52 a.m., Scott to Jessy. No, stop reading. At 11:59 a.m., Jessy to Scott. I just want to come home. At 12 p.m., Jessy to Scott. Are you feeling any better? 12 p.m., Scott to Jessy. No, not really. Ibuprofen and Tylenol isn't working.
And next slide, please.
January 13th, 2019, Jessy to Scott. Sorry, hun. I'm sorry, that was 12:01. At 12:02 p.m., Scott to Jessy. Yeah, me too. 12:13 p.m., Scott to Jessy. Don't tell anyone about what's happening to you. At 12:13 p.m., Scott to Jessy. Who were you all with? 12:16 p.m., Jessy to Scott. I told Mike because I asked him. Mike, Tina, Antonio. 12:17 p.m., Scott to Jessy. Great, you shouldn't have told him.
Next slide, please.
Continuing again on January 13th, 2019, 12:17 p.m., Scott to Jessy. It has to be one of those three. 12:17 p.m., Scott to Jessy. Nobody else would do it. 12:17 p.m., Scott to Jessy. Doesn't make sense. 12:17 p.m., Jessy to Scott. Sorry, I wanted to know if he did it. 12:17 p.m., Scott to Jessy. You think he would tell you? Duh.
Continuing on.
January 13th, 2019, 12:23 p.m., Jessy to Scott. I don't know. The whole thing bothers me. You can die from that. I don't see any of them doing it. The doctor said it's a new trend when you mix with alcohol. It's continuing 12:23 p.m., Jessy to Scott. Like a date rape drug, but different. We did put our drinks down once when we went to smoke. Otherwise, Tina and Antonio held on to them other times. I, continuing 12:23 p.m., Jessy to Scott, can remember everything until we went to leave, and then I start forgetting. I don't even know what happened at Palace at all except getting there. And Tommy, 12:23 p.m., Jessy to Scott, continuing, telling me I had to leave. I keep trying to figure out the night I have pieces. I don't feel like this. I don't want to go out anymore. Mike said 12:23, continuing Jessy to Scott. I seemed off too.
Can you please, going back. On slide 13, can you please use your finger to circle where Ms. Kurczewski tells Scott you can die from that? Madam Clerk, if we could please capture this as 188A. And then we can clear the screen and continue. Go ahead.
January 13th, 2019, 12:24 p.m., Jessy to Scott. I feel so embarrassed and stupid. 12:25 p.m., Jessy to Scott. They have to notify the police on this too. 12:26 p.m., Scott to Jessy. Wow. 12:26 p.m., Jessy to Scott. I don't have to talk to them, but they have to report it. He said this is very serious and they are obligated because it's considered poisoning. Continuing, January 13th, 2019, 12:30 p.m., Jessy to Scott. My chest x-ray is good and the levels in my pee are low, so he said it's towards the ending, meaning that when ingested, it only affects you for so much time. 12:30 p.m., Jessy to Scott. Unless you keep ingesting, my blood pressure is still up, down. 12:30 p.m., Scott to Jessy. Well, keep drinking water so you pee. 12:31 p.m., Jessy to Scott. I'm just glad I don't need the charcoal. Continuing on January 13th, 2019, 12:35 p.m., Scott to Jessy. This is the second time this happened to you? 12:37 p.m., Jessy to Scott. Yep, awesome. Me not the same, though. Why do people hate me? 12:37 p.m., Scott to Jessy. What do you mean, not the same?
Detective, did you identify this series of messages in Exhibit 188 as significant in your investigation?
Yes, we did.
Why?
During our interview, again on July 9th of 2019, Ms. Kurczewski clearly denies any knowledge of tetrahydrozoline, asks what it is, denies any knowledge of it, and has no idea about the ingredient or the effects. These messages clearly would state otherwise.
In fact, remembering back to the clip we just watched in Exhibit 202, Slide 5, do you remember when Detective Cole told Ms. Kurczewski about that anomaly in Ms. Hernan's toxicology?
Yes, I do.
Do you remember if Detective Cole pronounced the word tetrahydrozoline correctly?
No, he did not.
Okay.
Close, but not correct.
If we could please go back to Slide 7 of Exhibit 188. Detective, can you please circle the word tetrahydrozoline in this Slide 7 of Exhibit 188? Based on your information, is that word spelled correctly in this message?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Madam Clerk, if I could please capture this as Exhibit 188B. Thank you. Detective, were you in the courtroom when Scott Craig testified earlier?
Yes, I was.
Was he asked questions about this exchange?
Yes.
Did he recall it?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. We can take that exhibit down and go back into Exhibit 202. If we could unpublish for a moment. Oh, we're all set. Sorry. We are on Slide 6. And we are ready to publish, Madam Clerk. Detective, we're still in Exhibit 202. So is it fair to say this is the same interview we've been watching July 9 of 19?
Correct.
And remind the jury how long after that text conversation this interview was taking place?
Almost it's about 6 months to the day.
Okay. I'd like to play Slide 6.
I tells her, nor am I going to make her change. It's her choice. She's older than me. I don't do it, but it's just, I guess it's hard for me because you guys don't know her. And anybody who knows her will tell you the same thing. This is how she is. You're not going to tell a full-grown adult that you can't drink when you want. I mean, not kidding. She would call sometimes at 6 in the morning completely wasted. Because that's what she wanted to do. If she felt like it.
She cry and just to talk?
Oh, yeah. She's going to talk to you for an hour on the phone. And half the time you didn't know what she was saying, I'll be honest. She was very hard to understand when she started drinking and using her pills and whatever.
Did you go check on her then if she called you at 6 in the morning and all blotto and said...
Usually not 6 in the morning, but
Later that
eventually,
day?
yes. Not always, because, I mean, that's just how I was used to, that was her. So I knew she was...
And the next slide, please. Slide 7.
If you thought she was doing something wrong with the pills, you would have tried to stop her, right?
Well, I told her all the time she was doing something wrong. But she doesn't have the right amount of pills in there. But I don't know what you mean by stopping. I'm not going to take her pills away from her.
If she had, you know how you found her. Did you ever see that happen before?
Yes.
When was the last time you saw her that she's spooning pills into her mouth?
First went to the hospital.
Just before?
I would say about a day or two.
And
I'll be honest, there's been 3 times that she said, I want to give up.
yeah,
I don't want to do this anymore. And she always said, the day when it comes, I want your help. The day when it comes, I want your help. I said, I'm not helping you do anything. When it comes to pills or messing around with anything, I'm not looking for trouble. I'm not trying to get in trouble.
but she
She's
said
a
like
full-grown adult.
like her Dr. Pewaukee type thing to help her kill herself.
She wanted it a million times.
Yeah.
I mean, she just was sick of being sick. And that's why towards the end, we said, Lynn, you need to go back in. The only one that can help you is a doctor. We physically don't know what more to do for you. When you completely give up and you're not eating, you're not drinking, you're doing whatever you want when you want to your body, but you're not doing physically what your body needs, it's going to shut down on you. And hers was. And that's why when she went in the last time, they were shocked. We walked in, they said, how are you even walking in here? Granted, we did get her a wheelchair as soon as we got in there.
Mm-hmm.
But she just didn't care. She was at that point where nobody was helping her. They weren't telling her what's wrong with her. She didn't know what more to do.
When you were there the morning of her death, did you get the impression that something bad was going to happen that day?
I didn't, looking back at it after the things she said, right away. I mean, when I came back and went the way I found her and replaying everything in my head from that day, I knew. That's what hurts the most. I didn't know when I left. I mean, obviously, if I would have known, I would have never left. I mean, that's the hardest part I have to live with, is knowing that she did this, and I could have been there, or I could have maybe got her help or something. That's my hardest part. That's why I want to know what the hell's wrong, or what's going on with her. But for me, that's the worst part, is she died, and I wasn't there, and I felt like she did it so I'd find her. Not that she wanted me to find her, but she did it knowing that I was going to find her, and she just wanted to be alone. And she did. I mean, she left that day, or I left that day. And, I mean, the things she said, it was just...
Is there something specific that sticks out in your head that she said?
No, she said, I'll see you later, hon. I mean, her usual. But it was just, she was rushing me. Just go do what you gotta do. Just go. I mean, I'll see you a little bit later. And, and then I think it's just certain things, I guess, over the course of time, that she said. And, she was very big into, I want the doctors, the doctors aren't helping me. I want to know what's wrong. I want to know. And then, the next day, I just don't care anymore. I don't want to be here. She hit this where she went back and forth. And she always was, I'm sick of being sick. I'm sick of being sick. That's all she ever said, is I'm sick of being sick. I just want to feel better.
You said earlier that you kind of would crush the pills up for her.
No,
You never did?
very once in a blue moon. That's when she didn't have the strength, or would say, I want this under my pudding.
But the
Usually
day of her death,
she did it.
you didn't crush them for her.
What?
The day of her death, you didn't crush
No.
them for her before you left. The last time you caught her with the spoon and the pills, did you have to take the spoon away from her? Did she fight with you?
I mean, I've taken the plate and the spoon away from her, but I've also brought back to her because there were certain pills she couldn't swallow. Physically, she couldn't. I mean, we'd sit there and they'd come back up. Sit there and they come back. So, I mean, it went both ways as far as the pills she crushed. I mean, I didn't sit there and let her crush 20 pills in my presence. I let her, the main few that she always did. Usually if I come back, there'd be more or different ones, or, you can tell by looking at a plate. Obviously if they're all white, you can't tell. But, I mean, I'm telling you, I know when I left every day, and I'd come back and the pill amounts aren't what they should be. And then she always kept pills on the side of her that she didn't take anymore. And those were suddenly getting put up on the table. And she'd, I grabbed those by mistake. She'd make up stuff. And she'd act like she didn't, I didn't put those there, or I didn't take any of those. I'm like, why are they out?
I'm guessing at one point you tried to, get rid of the old pills and try to get it organized.
No, I've never tried to get rid of her old pills. You do not touch her stuff. When it comes to that, you do not. Because her thing is, if I need it down the road, I'm going to take it. They were her pills prescribed her, even though she wasn't taking them anymore. They were hers. I was not. There's some things you just do not mess with of hers, and that's her medicine and her vodka. The one time I tried taking her pills away from her and put them where they were out of her reach and hid them from her so she couldn't find them, she was pissed. Those are her pills. They're prescribed to her, and I thought, I'm not going to argue with you. We spent an hour and a half fighting about it.
Yeah.
They're her pills. I am not responsible for her. She's a full-grown adult. I gave them back to her because I spent an hour and a half fighting with her about
I get you, but you have some responsibility because she's paying you to kind of help her.
You have some
sometimes
responsibility. I
sometimes
understand
people aren't in
that.
the right mind, and it sucks.
It's not that. She was like this before she was sick.
Yeah.
If it wasn't this pill, it was that pill. She's been like this for years, and that was before she was sick. She liked her pills. Doesn't matter what it is. There wasn't a set. She was well known to like drugs and alcohol. That never changed. Lynn grew up that way, and she stayed that way. Maybe the pills changed, or the alcohol changed, or the drug of choice, but that's what she did. So it's just, Oh, it's so frustrating sometimes. Just thinking of like how she was.
I'll tell you this, she didn't overdose on any kind of prescription medication.
And Detective Hoppy, we've paused it at the timestamp of 07:39:29. Is that true?
That's correct.
And there's quite a bit more to this clip. Is that fair?
Yes.
And I know that we're getting into morning break time, but there's a couple questions that I wanted to ask you before that about what we've already heard. So you talked to the jury yesterday about that March 6, 2019 interview with Ms. Kurczewski, right?
Yes.
And around that time, what was Ms. Kurczewski telling law enforcement about the likelihood of suicide here?
She didn't believe that was the case.
Okay, now in this clip on slide 7 that we've just watched, Ms. Kurczewski tells you that there were 3 times that Ms. Hernan said she wanted to give up. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Do you remember the portion where Detective Cole is asking Ms. Kurczewski if she knew when she left that day that Ms. Hernan was going to die?
Yes.
Do you recall Ms. Kurczewski getting very emotional at that point in time?
Yes.
And what did she say her feeling was when she left?
She, not looking back on it now, she didn't. She, looking back on it now, she thought that there was some concerns.
Okay. But at the time, as she's crying, Ms. Kurczewski says, I had no idea when I left this might happen. Right?
That's correct.
And she's crying, right?
Yes.
And Ms. Kurczewski says if she knew, she never would have left.
Correct.
And that Ms. Hernan was rushing her.
Yes.
Does that story stay the same throughout these interviews?
No, it does not.
Okay. There was some discussion in the last point break that there were certain kind of pills that Lynn Hernan couldn't swallow. Do you remember that?
Yes.
And that they'd have to be crushed. Do you remember that?
Yes.
Going back through those medical records, did you see any note ever that Lynn Hernan couldn't swallow pills?
No, I did not.
In fact, were you here when Dr. Bedrisky showed this jury 5 pills that evidently Lynn Hernan did swallow?
Yes.
Because they were inside of her at autopsy.
Yes, that's correct.
I think this would be a good time for a break, Judge.
Well, our jury's only been out here for an hour, though.
Oh, I can keep going. I
Yeah.
just wasn't sure.
No,
what-
no, I appreciate that. We have been trying to stop at 9, but,
Okay.
or at 10, but since they've only been out since
Sure.
around 9, let's go another half hour.
This clip is probably a little longer than that left, but can we just finish this one up? Okay, thanks. And for the record, we're starting slide 7 of Exhibit 202 at 07:39:29.
If you thought she was doing something, if you thought she was doing something,
Let's take the publish down for a second. I can see that you're trying to get to the point in time and it's jumping. These are hard on the PowerPoints. If you can go back to that 0727, you could just mute it and then turn it on. If we have to wait a minute or so while it happens until it gets to that 072939, that might be the best thing to do at this point. While we're waiting, do any of my jurors need a comfort break? Because we can take a quick break if anyone needs it. Me too. So we'll take 5 minutes just to use the restrooms and have a little bit of a comfort. We'll get that queued up and we'll come back out. All rise for the jury, please. Since we're having a tough. I have the jury coming in, so stay standing. I don't know why I told you to be seated. It was force of habit. It's kind of like driving home. You just do it.
That's right.
Audio's on. For now. Let's get through this clip and then we'll see where we're at. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Are you ready to publish?
Yes, we are. We found our spot. We're gonna just do the rest of this without being in presentation mode, because otherwise we can't get the right time. So, detective, we are at 7:39:28, and we will continue in this clip. Thank you. We'll just play from 7:39:31. Go ahead.
The therapeutic level.
What does that mean?
That means she didn't have too much of it in her system. If she's supposed to take 200 milligrams of,
They were there.
that's what her blood showed, that's what she was taking.
So then what?
What killed her is the eye drops.
Are you serious?
You do think someone would have went in there and tried to kill her with eye drops?
No.
Put it in her drink,
I swear to God, I
in her
don't.
vodka?
No.
Does anyone have a motive?
No.
Jim,
No. This would be all her. And I would be
Corrine.
100% honest
is
with you.
Corrine financially squared away? She doesn't need the money?
It's nothing for money. This is what Lynn wanted. I'm telling you that. She looked at a million. I didn't know that, but she looked at ways.
Yeah.
Long time ago. She looked at the bag thing. This is something she knew what she was doing, obviously.
Uh-huh.
I didn't realize it, but she had to know what she was doing. Lynn was very determined to go out on her own way. She was determined to do things her way. That was just plain and simple. And I hate to say it, but she did what she did. The same with her pills. I mean, she got sick on her vodka. She got sick on pills. She did a lot of things that I don't agree with, but she did them the way she wanted them. I don't know how more to say it.
The medical examiner tends to think someone killed her.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Why is that?
Because they didn't find any Visine bottles next to her.
They're all over her house.
But she didn't really move around.
She-
That's what we were told, is she didn't really move. So the medical examiner
I
tends
can
to
honestly tell you, I know they're
think
all
that
over
someone
her house.
gave it to her.
No. I was the only one there. And
I was there. I didn't see any Visine.
I did not give her. They're all in her bathroom. And there was 2 on her nightstand.
Not next to her.
They were on her nightstand next to her. I swear to God, I know they were, because she always kept them right there.
Well, there's a picture of the nightstand. The medical examiner does a real thorough job when it comes to
I agree with
medication.
what you're saying. 100%. But
And there's no
I don't know anybody who would do that to her, and I'm not lying. I don't know anybody who would want to do that. Who
I don't
would
know.
do
I'm
that?
asking you.
I don't know anybody.
I don't know either. That's why I'm asking you.
I know. Out of curiosity, she was in the hospital for 2 weeks. Why wasn't this found there?
Apparently the body metabolizes it very quickly. That's why you can put it in your eyes. I say metabolize, you know what that means?
No. Well, I do. I mean,
Process it real quickly.
Yeah.
And people use eye drops like a date rape drug that I can slip it in your drink like a Mickey.
I've heard that.
Yeah. In fact, it was in a movie one time, apparently.
Is it not White Crashers, I think?
Yeah,
But it was used to like diarrhea or something.
Yeah, it gives you diarrhea. And did Lynn have diarrhea at all?
All the time.
Yeah.
All the time.
Which kind of mean the medical examiner thinks someone was giving this to her in an attempt to kill her. Because she has a lot of it in her.
What do you mean a lot?
A lot. Like not enough, you can't take it through your eyes. It has to be ingested. Through orally.
I've never seen her drink it. Ever. Ever. And why would you drink eye drops? I mean, what would it taste like? I don't even know, but...
I don't know. It's very odd. This is why it's taking so long.
So...
There's not a lot of research on this either.
I understand.
You know, it's not like rat poison. The little rat poison thing with the wife and the husband.
All her medications were completely normal. I find that very weird.
In fact, there's no, there's 2 pills in her stomach. That's it. So the medical examiner thinks the body was staged.
I was the only one there, and I didn't stage anybody. I'm not lying. I was the only one there.
I haven't
So you're
accused you
freaking,
either.
I know, but you're freaking me out right now
I'm
because I know what people are going to think, and I spent the most amount of time with her, and I didn't kill her. This is my family.
I told you
I
I
have
had
no
news,
reason.
and here it is.
This is...
Something's wrong.
I see that, obviously. I mean, I kind of figured something was wrong, period, because I didn't think it should take this long, but I didn't think this is what you're telling me. I thought it was going to be 2 to figure out pills or something of that nature.
It's real odd because the pills are where they're supposed to be. Everything's fine. There's no pills in her stomach. When I say no, there's 2 pills.
Yeah.
Which is inconsistent to her.
But that's inconsistent with what she should have been taking on a regular basis. Well, I don't know how long pills metabolize.
And I don't know either how long it takes to process through the system. Yeah. But if someone's spooning pills into their mouth, they're going to be here, you know, and they're not here.
Yeah.
And this tetrahydrogenine.
What about the pudding? Did they find pudding?
I don't know. I can't answer.
I mean, I'm just curious because I do know the day before I was
what
there.
When stomach contacts, like pills, pills kind of stand out.
Yeah.
You know.
Well, no, I understand, but I'm saying if they're crushed pills, I just remember the day before when I left at nighttime, she took her pills in her pudding, and I was there for that.
Yeah.
That was like her regular.
But you saw her in the morning, and she's fine. I mean, everything's cool.
I mean, she wasn't fine, but she wasn't.
She wasn't like this. You know, she was talking to you. I'll see you later, hon.
Yeah.
That kind of stuff. And then you come back, like at what?
I mean, she was asleep when I got there. She was her regular, you know, when we talked for a little bit, it wasn't like...
You didn't think something was imminently wrong?
No, nothing.
You need to call 911?
No, I would have called in a heartbeat, obviously. I mean, I'm the one who took her in. I'm the one who called the other times if she didn't. I would have never thought anything of that nature, ever.
Again, the medical examiner is concerned because it looks like the body's staged with the spoon and the plate because there's no pills in her. Her medicines are fine, therapeutically, in the blood. Everything's where it's supposed to be. There's this tetrahydrogenine in her system, and I'm probably mispronouncing that.
I don't know.
However, you're supposed to have 0 parts in your body.
Mm-hmm.
She has 160 parts. They say 60 parts is lethal to an adult. That's kind of the common belief in the medical.
Like, how much is that? Like
a part. When you say part, that's a scientific term.
Okay.
So.
I mean, is that like 5 glasses or?
The medical examiner thinks to think about 4 to 5 bottles of the little bottles of eye drops, the typical Visine drops. And it's probably given in a short period of time.
So when they say like time, when do they think she died? Do they know that?
Exactly, they don't. And it's not like on TV where they put a thermometer in and go, the body's been dead approximately between 4 and 2 hours, 2 and 4 hours. It doesn't work that way in real life. She obviously died that day. Yeah, they know that based on the rigor mortis and that kind of stuff. That kind of stuff. But even that's not an exact science to the minute. So that's why we're real concerned about how there's no pills in her. The blood's therapeutic. She's this high level of this drug in her system, and it has to go in real quickly. Because originally, when we found this out, we kind of thought, well, maybe this was being done over a period of time, that it builds up in your system, that kind of stuff, like it's, being accidentally ingested through the eyes, and it took her a long time, a lot of calls to Boston, that kind of stuff to get some more information on this. A lot of real smart people have been working on this for the last since January.
I get it. They've been working on it for a long time. That's why I thought we got something.
So I mean, the medical examiner is going to say that she was poisoned with Visine. Now the question is how it got in her.
Yeah, I understand that.
You don't think what's the neighbor's name again? Not Judy. It's Jean. You don't think Jean would do it?
I don't see anybody doing this. I really don't. I mean, I know all these people, but I don't see any of them doing this. I'm gonna be 100% honest. I don't see any of it. I don't. This just doesn't even sound right in my mind. It's like mind blowing because I thought for sure it was this, and I would have never in a million years thought differently. And I'm being 100%. I just don't see it.
Well, they're trying to look at this as a murder.
That's just insane to me. And this is why I'm here.
One of the reasons.
Do you guys think I murdered her?
Did you?
I swear to God, I didn't. I
You
did
seem to
not.
want to have the most to gain on this.
I have no reason to murder her. I could see why people would think I'd have the most to gain. I have no reason to murder her. She was my family. I'd rather have her be here now. I did not murder her. Under whatever I have to, I did not murder her. I did not. I'm 100% honest with you.
Did you?
I didn't give
Did you
her.
help her end her life?
I didn't help her end her life.
Because I'd understand if you did.
I did, so I swear to God I did.
Because my dad's dying there. He's saying, Christopher, I want to die.
I get that.
And
She said it.
I just hearing it, and you love him so much, and you don't know what to do.
No, I did. I swear to God. I did not. I've gotten her everything she wanted, but I never would have thought that. I would have never, in a million years, I would have never done this. I would have never done this. This is the worst thing that, for anybody. And if she even knew this right now, or knew that I was going through this, she would be in shock, complete shock, because this isn't what she would have wanted. I can tell you that for 100%. I didn't do it. I didn't do it. I didn't help her. I didn't do anything without what she wanted. And I don't even want to say it like that because that doesn't sound right, but I didn't give her anything. I didn't even give her pills wrong or vodka or drug. I didn't give her anything. I didn't give her this eye drop or whatever it's called. I didn't do any of that. I didn't give her anything except for buying her stuff. I didn't physically put anything in anything, crush up anything, make her swallow anything, I didn't do whatever it is. I didn't do it. I can tell you that. It didn't happen. I didn't feed her anything. Everything she did was on her own will, except with I would put in, or I would get her water or get her pudding for her or crush up the few things, but I never put anything in anything except the way she had it. Mm-hmm. I didn't put eye drops or anything with eye drops except purchase them. I didn't give them to her. I did nothing. I swear to God on that. I didn't. This is just freaking me out right now.
How much money did she give you over the last 2 years, do you think?
A lot. I don't know. Dollar-wise.
Throw a number out at me.
Maybe 20,000.
If a forensic accountant looked at the stuff and thinks it's closer to 190,000, would that surprise you?
It might, but maybe not. So I honestly don't know.
Because it looks
She's
like
done
she
a
gave
lot.
you close to a couple $100,000 in the last 2 years.
Oh, yeah, she has.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah.
It's a pretty significant difference from 20,000.
Well, I guess I don't really
Somebody gives me
think about
200,000 and 20,000. I know
I get
that.
it that way. I guess I just don't sit and think about like all she's done a lot. I mean, don't get me wrong, but I don't sit and think about it that way. And me killing her is going to do what? What would that do? I'm just curious because how would I get her money then? I'm splitting it with somebody and we paid bills.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't make a fortune off her dying, nor was I looking to because I didn't kill her. She did more for me alive. And I don't mean that in a mean way. I mean it truthfully. She did a lot for me. So the fact of her being dead would do what for me?
Well, the debt's kind of coming up to overtake the assets. She has more credit debt than she has money.
Yeah, that's what I'm
So
saying.
the money's running out.
Yeah. So, but I don't get what you mean by that. Yeah, they were. I don't understand what you're saying.
The fact is she paid you $200,000 over the last 2 years.
Mm-hmm.
You're the you are handling the money. You are on the signer on the accounts. You are running the show.
Yeah.
You are handling the credit card stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You know what's going on financially with her.
Mm-hmm.
The money is going to be gone here shortly.
So I would kill her because of that?
People do weird things.
Why would I kill her for money?
I mean, it's just...
It's my family.
I tend to think that you didn't... When you say kill her... I don't think you killed her. I think she was sick, and she didn't want to... She was done.
Yeah.
And she wanted to finish her life, and she needed help. She wanted help.
I understand you
and I
saying
think you
that,
helped
but
her.
as far as helped her, though, I didn't.
I think you administered her some of that Visine.
I did not.
The medical examiner tends to think that someone else had to give it to her because it makes her real lethargic, and you kind of fall in and out of consciousness at the levels of what was in her, which means someone has to keep giving it to her because she's not capable of going to get another bottle. She won't be capable of disposing of the bottles, which aren't found around her. She needed someone to help her.
Yeah, I always picked up her garbage, brought her new bottles, but I didn't put anything in them. I've never even uncapped them for her. She did that herself.
I gotcha. But that day, with the level of drug in her, someone needed to give it to her. Because once she starts to take it, she's not going to be able to function properly. At that level of toxicity, she won't be able to walk. She'll be able to keep her eyes open.
I wasn't there, though, and I have receipts to prove that.
Uh-huh.
I wasn't there. I was there for a short time. Does that not help me? Because I can see what you guys are thinking, but I literally was shopping.
I'm thinking that you helped her.
I didn't help her, I swear to God. I did not help her. I would tell you the honest to God truth. She's asked me a million times to help her with things, and I did not help her.
So you're there for a short time. What's a short time?
Like an hour or two at the most.
And then you went back home, or you said you ran errands.
I ran errands. I went to stores. I was shopping for hours.
Which store did you go to then?
I went to Pick and Save.
Which one?
On Highway 100. I can get you receipts for everything.
Highway 100 and where?
Highway, hold on, wait. Let me just rethink and make sure I got the right stores.
Just take your time.
No, because this is a big deal.
I want you to take your time. It is a
This
big deal.
I believe it was Pick and Save on Highway 100 in House Corners. Woodman's, I think I went to Woodman's. It was like 4 stores. Walmart. It was those stores, and I have actual receipts and proof I went. I mean, I can get them. I don't have them on me, but I was literally gone for maybe 4 to 6 hours. I mean, the neighbor knows when I was there that morning when I left. I wasn't there a ton of that day, and I left and I was gone for a couple hours. I don't know. It was maybe 4 to 6. I don't know.
When you found it, who'd you call?
I called 911 immediately.
Who's phone?
I don't know if it was my phone or the home phone. I think it was the home. I honestly don't know.
You know what time you got there?
Maybe 5 or 6. I honestly don't remember.
And you called 911 at 4:55.
Okay. I'm sorry, I don't remember.
You know we got your phone records.
Okay. I mean, I really called, right?
No, somebody called 911, but we got your cell phone records.
Okay.
You called your mom 4 minutes before that, and you're already there.
Because I was probably pulling up.
Why would you call your mom as you were pulling up?
I don't know. I talk to my mom all the time. I really do. I talk to her all the time. I don't know why I would have... I don't know for sure that day why I would have called her first. I don't know.
Did you call her first?
I honestly don't know. I don't think so. I thought I called 911 first.
Kind of looks like you called your mom first and then 911.
I don't.
People are shocked through weird things.
I honestly don't know right now. I mean, this is all just shocking me out right now.
How long do you think you were there that morning?
At the most 2 hours.
It's not consistent with the phone records.
Okay. How long was I there? I thought it was about 2 hours. I'm
That's
sorry,
about
this
4
happened 9 months ago, 10 months ago now.
You were there for about 4 hours. Again, it's a difference, Jesse. If we tell you,
I understand,
it's like,
but
hold on a
you
second.
want me to remember 9-10 months ago to exactly.
We want specific details because when you tell us
I get.
that the gap, just like before, when it was, no, she gave me about 20,000. No, she gave me 200,000. There's a significant 2 hours and 4 hours is a pretty big time
But
gap. So
I
we're
understand.
trying to figure this out.
I understand. I wrote a statement that day, though. That's my best recollection. It's been how long?
It matches what you just said. It matches what you just said. So your statement's off, and now what you're telling us is off because you're there for about 4 hours.
I did not kill her. Oh my God, this is just. I did not kill her. I didn't give her anything. I've never given her anything. This is just insane. I don't even. I never gave her any Visine, I swear to God. I've never put it in her stuff, ever. Not the day she died, not prior, not nothing.
Did anybody ever, and this is the time. It's all about the truth.
Yeah.
Did you or someone else in those last couple months fill out any paperwork for loans or open any credit cards? And again, we've been digging for months on this. So, Jesse, who was trying to do that shit?
Lynn and me together, we took out a loan from, God, what was the name of it? You guys do know, because the papers were there, she was trying to mortgage her house. She was trying to mortgage her house, and she couldn't do that.
Well, clearly,
And then there was a...
Well, clearly, when we were there that day, we didn't know this. We didn't know what was going on for a couple months before that medical examiner called, so there's a problem. So, no, we don't know a lot of what was happening.
I did say that, though, I think, last time. I said she hated a condo. She hated it.
Yeah. Okay, but, so, you guys are trying to, where was this going through?
We looked numerous times at her bank, and then she took out one from, she had me looking all over for different places. I don't know the name of it offhand right now. But we tried a lot of different things. Because her main goal was to get out of there. To put that place up for sale, get out of there, and get somewhere else. But realistically, she didn't have the funds anymore to do that. That's what she wants. She hated that condo.
Why do you think she would give you that much money if she was out of money? Don't you think that's weird?
Well, she wasn't out of money when she first started. She wasn't out of money at the beginning. That was towards the end. I wouldn't say she was out of money. She just spent it how she wanted to spend it. It wasn't that she was completely out.
Did she apply? I mean, who applied for loans? Because we know there were loans.
Both of us. She had me look up online stuff for her because she didn't do anything online. So I will say both of us. I didn't do anything fraudulently.
Do you remember where?
Offhand, most of them, no, I don't. I'm going to be honest. I mean, we looked at so many places. She didn't have internet access, but I never did anything without her permission. I'm not lying. That's one thing I didn't do. To everything I've ever done, I've had permission from Lynn. I mean, she has in writing a million different things because of that. I've never forged her name. I've never nothing.
Were you in debt?
Not really.
What would you do with the money? Then what would you have done with $200,000 over?
I mean, I was at that time.
Okay.
No.
Someone tried to open up credit when she was still alive.
Yeah, we did, a lot of
It
times.
wasn't your phone number that was used.
Okay. So
Wasn't
then
her phone number.
So then who was it?
It was your mom.
What? Why would my mom do that?
I don't know. Tell me.
I don't know.
You see why things look real weird all the time?
Yeah.
Because we look into Lynn's financials, and there's a bunch of stuff there
Mhm.
prior to her death. And it's like, well, this doesn't make a lot of sense because she's taking good care of you.
Yeah. I told
I
you
mean,
that.
you're making your money,
Yeah.
you're taking care of her, and I know how people
Yeah.
can be. So I'm not faulting you on taking care of someone that's sick because it's hard.
Yeah.
It's hard wiping someone's tushy. I get it.
But she also was that type of person, and I said it. So, I mean, obviously, I feel like anything I say isn't believable at this point. But she was, and the hospital can attest to this because she said when she was there, I am going to run up my debt. I am not leaving anything, and I am not paying anything. That was what she said all the time. I mean, it wasn't a joke. I wasn't making it up. She used to be in debt her whole life until her parents died. And her thing is she's not leaving shit. She's not paying anybody, and she's not leaving it for them. That was always her thing.
Why would your mom try to take a loan out in her name?
I don't see my mom doing that, to be honest.
Would you use your mom's phone number to apply online with a credit for Lynn?
We might have, but everything I did was with Lynn's
Why wouldn't you use
permission.
your number? Or
I
Lynn's
don't know.
number?
That's what I find weird about it. Sure, like, it wasn't like a second number because I've always used my own or Lynn's. Me and Lynn, everything we applied for, we did together, and I'm not lying. I never tried to take anything out without her knowing. Ever. I'm not, that I can honestly say.
What happened to the jewelry?
We sold it.
Let me see what you.
Well, there's still her ring left.
So the pendant and the $10,000 bracelet you told me about, where's that?
That 10,000 bracelet was sold.
Where?
It's on the corner of 76th Street. Everyone who's involved knows it was sold. They know all about it.
Who sold it?
Me and Anthony made the decision to sell it.
So is it Anthony sold it? Someone's got to put their name on the paper.
No, we talked about it. I brought it in and sold it. We went to about 8 different places.
Okay. So the one on 76,
It's,
is that Robert Hack?
yes,
That's where I bought my wedding ring. Where else did you go?
for the ring.
To sell stuff.
Oh, we went everywhere. I mean, I looked all over. Like, names? I don't know exact names, I'll be honest, but I thoroughly searched around. Like, I went to
So how much did you get for the $10,000 bracelet?
19.
1,900?
Mm-hmm. Because they said it wasn't worth it. And that was after taking it into 8 different jewelry stores.
And they all said about $2,000.
I got everywhere as low as 1,100.
Really?
No.
And Anthony was with you when that happened?
No, he knows about it.
What?
And there's documentation, my driver's license, and they have everything.
Mm-hmm. Did you do that right away, or did you wait a while?
No, we waited.
Okay.
And actually, that went on in the estate account, and that went to pay one of Lynn's creditors through Waukesha County.
Mm-hmm. Anthony, he helped you dispose of the property then?
Some of it, yeah.
So remember last time we had that estate sale that was a pain in the jukebox?
Yeah.
He got half of those funds.
Mm-hmm.
Was he supposed to get the car?
No. He said so, but that was always promised to my mom.
Because Jim thought he was supposed to get the car.
Yeah, Anthony said she said it, but there was paperwork on that, and that was always promised to my mom.
Did your mom have the car?
Mm-hmm.
I keep swinging back to this medical examiner report that's puzzling.
I agree.
And I have to explain it. We have to explain it to the boss. And eventually maybe a judge. Is it possible, I mean, that you got the bottles for Lynn that morning, left it on the table next to her?
No.
No?
No, I didn't get her any Visine that morning that I even know of. I think probably the last time I got it, I don't know when the last time was I bought it for, I don't know. I know that morning, though, I'm almost positive I did not go to the store before I went to her house. And I know she always had one or two on one of those tables by her, and the rest were in her bathroom. I know that for a fact.
But the last 2 days were that she was moving around so well, because you said she...
Well, she was getting up, though, at
She was
least once
peeing.
or twice
She
a
was
day.
peeing in
She
her-
had the pee thing right there. Yes, she did. But that was just in case I wasn't there to help her. She made herself get up once or twice a day to get some movement because she had to. So usually I would help walk with her, or she would use her walker thing. No, she did get up, but not a lot. I mean, I said that already.
So do you think if she's impaired, that she could get up and walk around? Probably not, right?
I mean, she did to an extent. Not often. I did not give her the Visine. I
Do
just,
you have any medical training?
no. I work at a dental office.
Have you ever worked at a hospital or a patient
I
care
did do
setting
a
before?
third shift ER admitting, but I was the patient. I was the front desk. Yeah.
Because I guess what concerned me, as you said earlier, that so Lynn was in the hospital, you'd bring her meds.
Mm-hmm.
You're probably well aware that, of course, they're going to give her stuff. So why would you bring it to her knowing
I
that
did-
could be a problem?
Okay, so now remember what I said, because you got
I'm
that
asking you
little
to
wrong.
clarify that for me. That's
Okay,
why.
so they took away her certain meds from her. They were giving her generic something. She has a prescription. It was due for a refill. I didn't know that. She knew her refill days and everything. She asked me to go pick it up. I got it for her since it's her prescription. When I brought it back, I let the staff know at the hospital that I went and got it for her. I don't know if she's allowed to have it. She wanted it. So I said, please, no, do whatever you want to do. I just want to make you aware. She had me, and they did. They took it from her. They went in. She had it on her stand, like under a cup or something. I didn't know where she put it. They knew that. But they went in there, and they took it from her. And they told her, we'll give it back to you when you're released.
Would anyone else would have tried to help her?
I honestly don't know. I don't see it. But obviously I don't see any of this right now, so I don't know.
Did you and Posa know each other before her death?
The what?
Did you and Anthony know each other before her death?
We never officially met. I knew Kareen, but not him, no. We didn't, like I said, none of Lynn's friends really hung out with each other. We didn't hang out with Jim. We didn't hang out with, they all knew of each other, but we didn't hang out together.
Do you know how he found out about Lynn's death?
I think from me. I'm the one who notified most people, but some of them got a hold of each other ahead of time too, so I don't.
How'd you get his number?
She had her phone book, and I knew Judy's number, because me and Judy always kept in contact when she was sick.
And Judy's his mother.
Judy is,
Or Kareen's the mother.
yes. Judy is Jim's mother.
Jim's mother. Is Kareen and Judy, are they just friends? Are they related?
I don't know if they're friends. They're not related.
Okay. You don't think Jim would have went there, do you?
I don't know any of them enough to tell you. I don't. I'm sorry, but I don't.
Does your mom know Jim?
A little, but I don't know to what extent. Jim was around when I was little, so I don't really remember.
So your mom knows Jim then? If Jim was around when you were
Yes,
little,
but
that's
I
your
don't
friends.
know. Like I said, a lot of us know each other, but we didn't all hang out together. So I don't know how much of the time he was around when my mom was. I know they were dating on and off then, but I don't know to what extent.
When you say that, so I got confused. Your mom was dating Jim?
No.
Lynn.
Lynn.
Okay. So he's around, but you're there with Lynn.
Mm-hmm.
So he knows your mom through Lynn.
Yeah.
Why would your mom call and threaten him?
Because he has been nothing but an asswipe this whole time.
Mm-hmm.
He's been so mean, so rude. He was mad at us because he kept calling when she was in the hospital. Well, she didn't want anybody to know. And then I finally did end up telling him. So he was nothing but rude with us the last umpteen months. I mean, he was just not nice. Not nice. And my mom
Give
gets
us more
drunk.
examples, because calling to find out Lynn's in the hospital doesn't seem like it's being.
No, they called, went to my house, she was in the hospital, and I answered the phone. And they didn't like that she wasn't answering it. And I said, well, I'm sorry, Lynn's in the hospital right now. Well, why didn't anybody call us? I said, because she didn't want anybody to know.
And that's reasonable.
And then, well, who are you? I said, I'm Jessy. I've been helping. Well, who are you? I said, I can't remember who I was. Very rude and nasty with me. It was very, I don't know how to explain it, but and then when we called him, he was the first one to say, okay, can I come to your house and pick up whatever I want? He didn't have a good demeanor about any of it. And I guess why we weren't a big fan is because he started dating somebody years ago, and that girl was not the friendliest person, but she always came around, and she thought her and Lynn were best friends, and Lynn couldn't stand her. But Lynn always loved Jim, so she always went out of her way, you know. So it just, when my mom drank, or when she drinks, she gets very heated, and he just sets her off, is what it is. He made, I don't remember, I thought he said something or did something that frustrated her. When she drinks, she's just a person that gets very upset. I hate to say it, but she does. So,
It was pretty vulgar. I mean, I didn't expect to hear it out of your mom. You know what I'm saying?
No.
I mean, your mom looks like she can take care of herself, but this was like, oh my God.
No. That's how she is.
Detective, before the break, I asked you about some things that Ms. Kurczewski said in terms of Lynn Herning wanting to give up.
Yes.
Do you remember that?
Yes.
And in the interview, Ms. Kurczewski said she heard Lynn say that 3 times.
Yes, that's correct.
After the break, what did Ms. Kurczewski say about whether Ms. Hernan was suicidal?
I believe she initially kind of changed the version of the story at that point.
Do you remember the term bag method being said?
Yes, she made comments about looking it up, looking stuff up on the phone, and including something described as a bag method.
Do you remember Ms. Kurczewski describing Ms. Hernan as determined?
Yes.
In terms of the questions in this clip, which is again Exhibit 202, Slide 7, did you and or Detective Cole ask Ms. Kurczewski if she had ever seen Ms. Hernan drink Visine?
Yes.
Multiple times?
Multiple, yes.
What was the consistent answer that Ms. Kurczewski gave?
No, she did not.
In fact, did Ms. Kurczewski say she was shocked because she never thought this would have been a Visine?
Sustained.
What was Ms. Kurczewski's reaction when Detective Cole told her it was a tetrahydrozoline poisoning?
Very shocked and surprised.
When you interview a subject, and have you received training in that topic?
Yes.
Are there different methodologies that are trained to law enforcement when they interview subjects?
Several. Yes.
Okay. Is one of those using information that's not exactly true?
Yes.
Okay. Were there portions of time where you heard Detective Cole say things that you know sitting here aren't necessarily correct?
Yes.
Detective Cole talked a lot about real specifics in terms of parts of eye drops. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
Judge, this is calling for hearsay. It's calling for he has to rely on hearsay to
I
answer.
understand the objection. The objection is sustained.
Move to strike his answer.
Jury will disregard the last answer.
Did you, throughout this investigation, speak with Dr. Budritsky
I did.
multiple times?
Yes.
And you were in court when Dr. Budritsky testified?
Yes.
Did you hear Dr. Budritsky's testimony that you can't calculate a dose of tetrahydrozoline?
Object.
Overruled. She's
Ye-
asking a question, you may answer.
Yes, I did hear that.
Okay. What was Ms. Kurczewski's response when Detective Cole suggested maybe she helped Ms. Hernan?
She denied that. Adamantly.
Does that statement change over time?
Yes, it does.
What about Ms. Kurczewski saying she never saw Lynn Hernan drink Visine? Does that change over time?
Yes, it does.
Okay. If we can please go to slide 8, and this is only about a minute long. And we'll go back into presentation mode. Starting at 8:15:21, if we can play this, please.
They were out with
This famous
Hold on,
bracelet
it's not
Yeah.
being published.
that she got $1,900.
Yeah.
Sorry, Madam Clerk, if we could publish.
Yeah, go back to the beginning, are you ready?
This is exhibit 202, slide 8.
Are we ready?
We're all set, thanks.
Okay. Then you may want to wait for the jury box since it was off for a bit.
We're all set, thank you.
They were out with
This famous bracelet
Yeah.
that she got
Famous
$1,900
bracelet
for.
that, yeah, that I didn't think was famous at all and didn't have any interest in.
It's puzzling.
Everything you've told me today is puzzling to me right now. My mind is.
I told you I had information. I mean, I didn't lie there. I mean, it's pretty significant.
Yeah, I understand.
Detective Hoppy, in this clip, is there more discussion about that bracelet?
Yes, there is at the initial stages.
I'd like to switch to exhibits already in evidence, 88 and 89, and publish for the jury, starting with 88.
Let me know when you're ready.
We're all set. Detective Hoppy, do you remember the representative from Robert Hack coming in and testifying about Exhibit 88?
Yes, I do.
And going to Exhibit 89, do you also recall testimony about this exhibit?
Yes, I do.
And the jury has seen the bracelet depicted in Exhibit 89 before, is that true?
Yes,
Have you also seen that before?
I have.
From what sources?
The photo from the medical examiner's office, as well as this photo.
Okay. And going back to Exhibit 88, could you remind the jury what the date of sale is on this exhibit?
10/22 of 18.
And Ms. Hernan died on the 3rd, is that true?
That's correct.
How long did the seller of this item indicate they owned it?
2.5 months.
Do you recall in the clips that we've seen this morning of Exhibit 202, Ms. Kurczewski being asked whether she sold this bracelet right away?
Yes.
What did she say?
No.
Yet this is within about, within 20 days of the death?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. We can unpublish for a moment and go back into Exhibit 202 to slide 9, which is another 1-minute clip. And we're all set, Madam Clerk. I'm getting a thumbs up, so we'll go ahead and play. This is 202 slide 9.
I understand.
You had a lot of financial gain from her over the last couple of years.
But I wouldn't kill her for it, I'll tell you that.
And again, I told you I didn't think you did it.
I
think, again, I told you what I think. I was pretty honest.
Yeah.
I think Lynn wanted to die, and you helped her. That's what I think.
Yeah.
And I understand that, and it's a plausible explanation, because based on my investigation of you.
And moving to slide 10, please.
I understand.
You had a lot of financial gain.
It's great. I mean, I'm so
General.
glad the kids were at the house because he would have
You know what I'm
really
saying?
had a heart attack. if
But
the
you don't
kids were there.
seem to have the pedigree of a cold-blooded killer. You get it?
No,
The people with big hearts.
no.
That's the kind of person I think you are. And I think if someone that you're seeing every day is saying every day, I don't want to be here, I'm sick of being sick,
No.
they can convince you to assist them in ending their life.
No.
That's the most plausible explanation to all this. That's what I think. I don't think that you were trying to gain financially. Like you said, she was in such debt that you got almost nothing.
And it wasn't,
But you
I
helped
never
her.
cared about that. I mean, honestly, she's done so much for me over the years that,
And I get that. So, if I don't think you're a cold-blooded killer, the only other explanation, if you're the one that's there at the morning of her death, and you're the one that finds the body, and the ME says you're the one, it appears that this is a homicide. Assisted suicide is the only explanation in my brain, unless you can think of something else, but I can't. And that's something you can go to a judge and say, listen, judge, I'm there every day with her. She's dying, and there's nothing I can do about it. She's begging me to help her. And hindsight, I wish I wouldn't have. But this woman, you don't understand, Judge, she was in pain. She was sick. She wouldn't eat. She wouldn't drink. She didn't want her diaper changed. It was to the point where I didn't know what else to do. That's plausible explanation. I mean, I don't know what, there's no one else, like you said, everyone kind of liked her, and that's what I'm hearing from everyone. I mean, no one hated her. She didn't have a drug dealer she owed money to.
No.
Her finances were okay. I mean, she had debt, but she wasn't in hock or nothing. It was just,
no.
she was done.
Just let me ask you, do you know where your mom lives?
She works for Crohn's.
Crohn's, and where is that? It's in
Franklin.
Franklin.
Why, you guys went on a surgery?
No, I went to that. No, we're not going to that.
I mean, we're going to continue to investigate. That's what we're going to do.
No, I understand that.
Do you want a water or something?
If I could, please, I'm so parched right now, man.
That should just may come at you. I don't know.
I understand.
And slide 11, please, is another 3-minute clip.
It's great. I mean, I'm so glad the kids were at the this is now what in a million years, I would have never thought this. I'm not kidding.
I've been doing this a lot of years, and I have never seen anything, this kind of case.
No.
And basically nationwide, there's only been like 2 or 3. That's why it took so long.
Yeah.
Because, doctors don't go on assumptions.
Yeah.
They go on
No,
scientific fact.
it's simple.
So this is why it's taken such a long
Yeah.
time. And then because of the length of the ME's investigation, we dug into a lot of stuff. And it just, otherwise we don't have the opportunity to look so thoroughly into the financial stuff and all that kind of thing. Just, we don't have that opportunity. And again, him and I disagree, but I think you helped her out. That's what I think. She wanted to go, and she needed a person. And you're the one that she trusted and loved.
I can say, yeah, I bought her eye drops. I've never put them in anything. And I would have never thought that ever in a million years. I mean, that's the biggest thing that's blowing my mind right now.
Oh, she don't have internet access.
No. She doesn't. We always did everything on the internet. I'm with my phone, always. She wasn't an internet person.
There's no searches on your phone for this, is there?
No,
Or any of your computers?
no,
Because they're going to look at them.
I understand that.
And again, going back, you don't know why your mother would try to.
I don't see my mom doing that. I really don't.
Was your mom there when you and Lynn were trying to do a credit app once?
It's
It's not for a mortgage. It's for one of those unsecured lines of credit, like a personal loan. And it was done 3 times using your mom's number.
all 3 times. I know my mom didn't do it. I know that for
She
sure.
didn't seem like the kind of girl that would go online to apply
No.
for stuff. She seemed
No,
like a fake
mean,
kind of lady.
It wasn't in my mom's name, was it? It was in Lynn's name.
Wednesday with your mom's phone
So
number.
I'm guessing it would have had been one of the ones we did, and maybe I put it in wrong or so. I don't, because obviously I know my mom's stuff, my Lynn's stuff. I know all of our stuffs very well, but my mom wouldn't do it. I can tell you that. I know that for 100%. And I didn't do anything without Lynn. Everything I did was with Lynn. I didn't ever be like, oh, I'm going to take out a loan today in Lynn's name. I've been there, done that years ago.
Well, you can see why we.
That's why when you guys started questioning me, I went, okay, I know where we're going because.
And slide 12 is a 20-minute clip.
Last we knew, it was my mother and Anthony. That was the last time that we knew. I didn't know she changed it to me. I did not know that. So when we actually called, we always had the information, who to call. When we actually called her, my mom called and she said, I need to talk to your daughter. My mom was like, what are you talking about? I'm in charge of everything. She said, no, you're not. So we didn't know until that actual phone call because I didn't know she changed anything.
Who'd you call? Is there an attorney or something?
Lisa, yeah, I gave you her information.
Okay.
Lisa Martinson.
When you were placed on the accounts, I think at BMO, did you go there physically with Lynn together to sign the cards?
What do you mean I was placed on the accounts?
Weren't you a signer on the BMO Harris accounts?
I had access to, I don't think I was a signer. I think I just had access to the lockbox and something else, but I was with her.
Okay.
But I don't remember what exact, I know it was for the lockbox and something, but I don't know. I don't think it was, I don't know for sure. But I went with her, yes.
Okay. But
Because their BMO Harris's makes you sign both, because my mom went with her prior too.
Okay.
Both people have to be present.
When was that about the time you think Lynn changed it to personal representative? I mean, did she ever talk to you about it? Obviously not, if you're saying you didn't know.
No, I don't know. I honestly don't know when she changed it. I know she changed the BMO Harris, and then she changed her medical, and she changed her medical just strictly because my mom couldn't be with her all the time.
And you were there more.
And I was there more. So she switched that because she was worried when she would go to the hospital or things of that my mom wouldn't be physically able to, help or be there or anything. But I don't know. That was done, both of those, I think the bank was done maybe a year and a half before she died, maybe. I'm guessing here, I don't. And the health was done, I would guess, in the last year to maybe 10 months. I don't even know for sure. But those were done, I know of those because I was present for both of those. As far as the will, I wasn't present. I didn't know.
Okay.
That was, because Anthony thought the same thing too. That him and, I don't know if he knew my mom, but I think he thought just him or I don't even know. I don't know. I'm sorry, I'm zoning on everything else that you told me today that I can't even think straight at this point.
Why does Anthony get the money and not Corrine?
Because just like me versus my mom, Lynn had it.
But you're there every day. I can understand why she wants to take care of you.
Lynn had it set up that first it was supposed to be Corrine and my mom. And then she said, well, if you guys outlive me or something of that nature. And Anthony was kind of like, I don't want to say a godson. I mean, he was like me, but he really didn't do anything. He just was somebody that she cared about. I don't really know how to put it because I didn't know him before. She always talked to him and, you know, talked about his birthdays and stuff like that. But she always said, I want you two to meet, but we never did. So I don't have the answers for that.
Okay. That's one odd.
Yeah, a lot of people, I've heard that, but I don't know. I just look at Karina was her good friend like my mom was, and, you know.
You understand because you're in the soup, you know. Boots on the ground, you're there. You know what I mean? You're there taking care of her. That's the person you want to take care of it when you pass, you know.
Yeah, I don't know.
Do you think, if it's somehow possible, do you think Lynn would have taken all this? Because she can just overdose on her prescriptions without taking this other drug.
And
That's what's odd about it, too.
That's what I thought she did.
That's what we kind of thought happened at first.
Yeah.
Until the MD calls and says, we got a problem.
So do I think what?
Why do you think she would?
I don't. I don't see it. It doesn't make sense to me. I assumed this whole time it was pills. That's what I assumed. That's what she was known for. So I don't know, were the pills not agreeing with her, where she wasn't keeping them down, I don't know. I don't know what to think of that. I really don't. That's kind of where I'm at right now with you telling me this. I don't, at this point my head is spinning, trying to figure out any of this right now. Because I'm trying to think why, what, where, all of it. I don't know.
I know you said Lynn asked you several times, or said several times, I'm done, well, then kind of reference to helping her kill herself. Did you ever consider doing it?
No.
Never?
No.
Even though she's in such pain, so sick?
For me, it wasn't an option because I don't think like that. I think of the states that have, what is that like assisted, where the doctor helps you. I think that's, great, and I think every state should have that, but I don't feel that I'm a doctor and I can make those calls. I don't. That's my honest belief on that. I don't feel that that's something that, I feel that that's a lot to ask of somebody.
If she would have told you to call the doctor to do it, would you have done that for her?
To call a doctor and do it? Well,
let's say we lived in California where you can do this.
Well, to make a phone call.
Just call the doctor because I'm done.
Yeah, I would have called
That's
her.
her comfortable with.
That again, that's her decision, but it's a lot different than picking up a phone call and trying to do something to somebody, or two different things in my mind.
While you were out of the office, or the room here, I kind of explained to her that I don't think she's a cold-blooded killer, that I think she has a good heart, and my thought was that she helped Lynn finish her life. That's what happened. And I also told you and I disagree on that point. That's why we're good partners, because we two different kind of visions here, If for some reason this comes down, I want to give you the opportunity to say, I didn't kill her for money.
I didn't kill her
because
for money.
that was bad.
I said that numerous times already, because I feel like that's what you guys think.
Well, that's what he thinks.
I know that just by my past and what you guys came at me with, I already know what the thinking in there. I get it.
I think
I get it.
Let's take your past aside. What I see is somebody who has, I think, for a caretaker to get $200,000. Hold on a second, just hear me out. I think outsider looking in, I think as the average person, someone got $200,000 over the span of 2 years, and now that money is dwindling, and suddenly you're assigned executor of the will of the estate, and then suddenly now is this suspicious death where she was staged. Somebody staged her death, and it turns out that she was poisoned. For all intents and purposes, she was poisoned, because there's no way she's making it from one end of the house to the other with the level of Visine in her system, especially given her mobility issue. She's not making it. So you're the one having the most contact, you're the one taking care of her on that daily basis. You're telling, now you go into, she gave me $20,000. It's the inconsistencies that I struggle with, that I struggle with. It's that $20,000. It's that I was only there for an hour or two. No, you were there for 4 hours. And your phone records don't put you on Highway 100. They go back to your house and then to another place and back
I can
there.
tell you.
Where, again, right before you call 911, you're on the phone with your mom.
I mean, I'm on my phone all the time.
I agree, but I find it funny that 4 to 5 minutes before you call 911, you're on the phone with your mom. But then again, you got to account for walking in, finding Lynn, calling 911.
I can tell you, one way you guys can check, because you're already looking at records, check her card that day for her food card. Because she gave it to me and used that day.
Okay.
And that'll show what stores I was at and when. I only used that one
But that
store.
still doesn't account that
I
you're
get
there
what you're
for 4
saying.
hours.
I get that. But as far as the money, I didn't know he meant, like, over the span. That's why I
You
said
said over the span, over the
I
over
thought
the
like
last
while
2
she
years.
was sick. I'm sorry.
You said over the last 2
she
years,
wasn't.
though.
She wasn't sick like that for 2 years. I misunderstood that. I see what you're saying and I get it. I mean, obviously, me and you are going to disagree because you're looking at me and you feel that I did this. I understand that. And I get what you're saying, but I didn't. And you don't know, Lynn. You don't know the situation. And I'm telling you from somebody who does. I get you're a cop. You investigate. I understand that, but I didn't kill her. And money wasn't a motive. She had no life insurance, which I've known that for 10 years. You know why she didn't have life insurance? Because her parents always had it. Her mom missed 2 months not paying and never got it. That was her mother. So Lynn never had life insurance. That was, which I know. So what money am I going to get off that? None. I knew of all her debts. So what money was I going to get with her?
Actually, you told us before you didn't know. You said that.
Well, I mean, I knew.
We found out.
I get what you're saying. I knew of quite a bit of that, but I didn't know how bad. Let's put it that way, okay? Who knows?
But I don't know what she was spending it on.
Who knows what people? I mean, you can be with somebody every day and you don't know everything about them.
Sure. Very good.
You know, so I personally do not know 100% of this is what she spent her money on, or this is how much debt she was in, or this is how much money she had.
Let me just ask you this question. You pull the average person off the street who has no law enforcement experience, no experience, and a very unbiased person, and you tell them that this lady who has no family and very few close friends suddenly becomes close to you, and $200,000 has been issued over the past couple of years.
Suddenly, I've known Lynn since I was
that
4 years
I'm sorry,
old.
that suddenly
Okay.
you're taking care
And
of her,
that's
and suddenly
31
it's
years of my
$200,000.
life, so.
What do you? And then you tell them that this person has the most access, and pretty much, as you said earlier, you're the only one dealing with her those last few weeks of her life. You go to the fact that the scene was clearly staged because she has no pills in her system. You know, she has the 2 in her stomach, but as far as her bloodstream and where the metabolism ends right there when you die, there's nothing in her system. That would suggest she was overdosed.
So,
what would the average person think? You tell me.
I don't know.
And that you were the last one, and that
I mean, when
you were
you're
there.
telling me this and saying staged, I would think, okay, I know I didn't do it, so did she do it? I'm not saying, I'm trying to look at this from the other angle because I know what I did and didn't do. So I'm trying to figure it out as you guys are, and it's frustrating to me because I assumed this whole time she was taking her pills. And that's what happened. That's what I believed personally in my heart. So I am wondering the same thing when you're saying whatever, they mixed it or they put it in and should have it hours before. I thoroughly want to know more about this myself because I've never heard of this. So I want to know how long you have to take this or when does it show, or I want to know the same things because I don't buy it. I don't buy it that I had to help her take that. She couldn't take it herself. I don't understand that. And I don't understand that it was taken right before. I don't understand that because I don't know anything about it. I really don't. I understand things happen with pills. I'm not saying that's what she died of. Obviously, she didn't die of. But even that, I know it takes a lot. I watched my mom try to commit suicide twice. Okay? It didn't work. I watched Lynn do it once before with pills, or at least get so sick where she puked them all over. I've seen a lot. I know a lot in that sense. I don't know much about.
We agree because we didn't know either about. I think the most we all thought was the same thing you saw in Wedding Crashers, the movie when you see that. So when we find out about
and just hear somebody can actually die that way, that's even more.
Exactly, it's really odd. So when you start putting, so like, why would she do that? Let's say Lynn was able to figure this out. Hypothetically, she was able to figure it out Why would she have to stage the pills? Why would she do that to herself? I'm gonna kill myself, Chris, by using Visine, but then to make it look good, I'm gonna like put a bunch of pills here. That's where,
Yeah.
if you ask the average person, it's gonna be,
Yeah.
that
get it.
doesn't seem right.
Yeah.
And you're the only one with the access. You're the only one there. You're the last one. Hour or two, actually you're leaving around, I mean, it could have been there longer, but our phone has you there around 12:30. And then 4 hours later, you're back there finding her. I don't know, it looks odd.
Yeah.
To help us explain
I
that.
get it. I get what you're saying. I don't know how much more. I mean, I'm just trying to pinpoint everywhere I was that day, what I did. I don't remember being there that long, but I get it. Phone records. I'm not going to deny them. They show it. I only remember what I did that day when I was there that day. You know, that's the. I can give you bits and pieces or time frames. I didn't feel I was there that long that morning. Maybe I was. I really don't remember it, to be honest. And I didn't think I was even that day. But I will agree. I told him in here. I watch Live PD and all that. I watch all of it. So I know how the phone works. I know how things work. I'm not stupid. So when you say it, I'll take your word for it in that sense. He asked, "Oh, are you going to find anything in your searches?" No, you're not. Search away. I don't have anything to hide in that sense. You can look at my financials and think I'm a joke and I did whatever, but like
I know you like to gamble.
I told him, I said, when it comes to money, that is not, I would never kill somebody for money. I mean, and I don't see why you guys would think that with her, because she didn't have it left.
Hold on,
yet.
don't
So
say
why
that.
get it done?
Because him and I disagree, but we
I
agree on
know.
one thing, that you probably gave her some Visine. That's what we agree on. Just motive we disagree on. Did you ever met Lynn's cousin John?
What?
Lynn's cousin John Fryatt. You ever met him?
No.
The reason this whole thing started upstairs with the medical examiner is John Fryatt's a former U.S. attorney, retired, and he thinks Lynn's death was suspicious.
Okay.
So he went up to the medical examiner's office and just asked the question, "Hey, I'm a prosecutor for 37 years. Lynn wasn't
This
there."
wasn't Jim out of curiosity? 'Cause
No. Well, Jim poked around too, but
Yeah.
John went there first. And he said, "I'm a prosecutor for 37 years,
Yeah.
and Lynn was good friends with his mother, I think. His mother was in a home.
Was that Lynn's aunt then?
It could be.
Because she always talked about her, but I
Could be.
never.
And so he goes, the family tends to think, and again, I don't know that well, but this doesn't pass the smell test for me. Is everything in her autopsy correct? And that's what makes Dr. Linda look at her file again, because she was in the stack of routine problems. I'll get to this when I get to this.
Yeah.
I have real criminal cases to
I
disperse.
understand that.
And that's when she looks at it, and she
I don't know who he is.
she actually apologizes, saying, "Chris, I missed this." Because she has all these medicines in her.
Yeah.
And then I overlooked this one, and I didn't know what this one was, and then she did her research, and that's when she found out that we have a problem. So again, I don't think you're a cold-blooded killer. I think you're a likable, decent person with a big heart. I think Lynn was dying, she was sick, and you helped her. And if I had to go in front of a judge, that's what I would say. I don't want to put him in front of her going, "Hey, look at all the money," because that looks real bad too.
Let me ask you, how much money did you make at Pato last year?
We hit a jackpot.
The jackpot? How much do you think is the most you ever spent at Pato? On one night?
I don't know. I'll be honest. I mean,
I know.
I don't know. We hit a jackpot. That's why you think I
Well, I got the tax return,
Yeah.
so I'm asking. I'm like, that's why I'm asking.
Yeah.
Because if it's a span of over time, I mean, I don't know, Jesse, I'm just trying to wonder where $200,000 went. Do you have $200,000 sitting in your bank account?
No. No.
Because you dress like a normal person. There's no Gucci or Louis Vuitton stuff. You're not a junkie. You're not putting it in your arm.
No. My arms are completely clean.
You're not a big jewelry girl.
No.
You don't have a fancy car.
No.
You live in a meager house that's rented with your boyfriend.
No.
Where'd the money go?
Where to go?
Back in the day, I mean, I used to have a bunch of stupid loans and dumb stuff. I don't anymore. We paid off debt. That was really all it was back in the day.
I don't believe you have nothing to do with this. And I want to give you all the opportunity to come up with a plausible explanation. And again, I don't think you killed her. I think
I get what you're saying. I mean, I know we're going back and forth. I didn't help her. I guess the best thing I can say is keep investigating and look, because it wasn't me.
What do we keep investigating? You're the only one, you're the one taking care of it. You're the one that has access. You're the one that was there.
the one buying the Visine.
You're the one behind the Visine. So you tell me, where do we look? Tell me where to look then, because I'm the one that's kind of has this opinion. Kurtz has another opinion.
I don't know. I guess I would start looking into the other people in her life then, because it wasn't me.
Oh, you were there till 12:30. She wasn't freshly dead when you showed up at 4:55. So in that 4-hour span, there was nobody there. A minute ago, you're telling us that she did this to herself.
I think she did, but you guys don't, and you think it was me. So I don't know what to think with that. I didn't help her. And if there's somebody that helped her, then you gotta look somewhere besides me, because it wasn't me. I did not do this to her.
And Detective, if I told you we've got about 3 minutes left on this interview, does that sound about right?
Yes.
Okay, so if we can go to slide 13, please. It's a 1-minute clip. Go ahead.
Really, point, I'm willing to do whatever I need to do so you guys can see that it wasn't me. That's where I'm at. I don't want, because I asked you a question before and I still don't agree with it. I feel like right now I am being charged with murder.
You're not.
I feel like I am.
I mean,
No, I would tell you.
And finally, slide 14, please, is 2 minutes.
If you guys are done investigating, then when are you moving forward?
we're not done
So we're
investigating.
done investigating.
Well, you just made it sound like you were done investigating. You just said, what more is there to investigate?
No, I said, tell me who else to investigate.
Yeah, I mean, if you have a plausible lead, I'll take it.
I wish I did.
Because now everything points at you. That's where we're at.
I wish I did. That's why that was the first thing I said to you. Well, she was in the hospital recently. I wanted to know why the hospital didn't see this and the medical examiner did. You told me that they feel it was done the day of. I don't agree with those theories.
Originally, I thought it was
I get it. They have a license and I don't. I would think this was something done over time, or I would think that stay in the hospital, something would have came up. I don't see how.
made my case better. Originally, I thought that you did this
So glad everyone thinks so.
for nefarious reasons, because I thought it was over time.
Yeah.
And I thought over a 30 or 60-day period, you were giving her a little bit in her pudding or her jello or her coffee every day, and that's how it built up in her system to such a degree. And the doctor says that's not what happened. So that threw my theory out of the way, which puts you in a better light in my eyes going, well, you have a sick lady that's asking you for help,
Yeah.
and you assisted. That's kind of where I spun this in my brain, because, again, we talk to people about you. I mean,
I get it. I'm sure you did.
and you don't fit the profile of someone that's going to cut someone's throat. That's not you. You're helping a lady in her worst times.
Yeah.
That takes a special person. And when I say helping a lady, not your mom or your father or your brother. They're helping a stranger, for lack of a better term. When I say a stranger, you know what I mean.
Like my
It's
mom.
not blood.
Yeah. It's
but,
like my mom, though.
but you're taking care of her at her worst time. And that says something about a person. So I was hoping it was over a little bit every day. It's building up in her system. And eventually, when it got more and more compliant and lethargic, and her system shut down. But that's not what happened. Which has been more to his theory then. So, I have to excuse myself for a second. I got a little bit of a thing going in my tummy.
Detective Hoppy, in the portions that we just watched, do you recall a discussion about Lynn's estate and the personal representative?
Yes,
Do you recall Ms. Kurczewski saying she didn't know that she was?
that's correct.
Is that true?
Object. I'll
Object.
raise.
Sustained, thank you.
If I can please show the witness and publish Exhibit 83, which is already in evidence. Detective Happy, were you here when Attorney Nowakowski testified about the probate file?
Yes, I was.
And were you here when there was a discussion about Exhibit 83, which is being published?
Yes, I was.
What does it say for the scanned date on the top of this document?
November 4th, 2019.
And what was the date of the interview we just watched?
July 9th, 2019.
And on the top left, is that PR case number that Attorney Nowakowski talked about?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And if we scroll to page 3 of this document, Detective Happy, is there a signature purporting to belong to Jessy Kurczewski on this document?
Yes, there is.
Do you remember, well, have you seen this document before this trial?
Yes, I have.
Generally, what is it purporting to be?
A last will and testament.
Who is the only one that is benefited from this document?
Ms. Kurczewski.
What is the date by Ms. Kurczewski's signature?
July 29th, 2018.
And remind the jury when the interview is.
July 9th, 2019.
So almost a year between the two.
Just a few days short of one full calendar year.
And the interview the jury just watched, Ms. Kurczewski said that she didn't even know she was personal rep on the estate, right?
That's correct.
Okay. We can take the publish down. Detective, were there occasions in the next several days when you interviewed Ms. Kurczewski additional times?
Multiple, yes.
Why did each of those interviews happen?
Every day I came to work, I was notified that Ms. Kurczewski wished to speak with investigators again.
Okay. Was one of those notes sent on July 10th of 2019?
That is correct.
Did you speak with Ms. Kurczewski on July 10th, 2019?
Yes, I did.
Was Detective Cole with you?
I believe he was present, yes.
Okay. If I could please just show the witness, and this may take a moment to load, Judge. We're on to Exhibit 203 at this point.
How long is your questioning on 203?
Well, the clips alone are over an hour.
And I know I had an abbreviated morning break, and I think it'd be helpful if we just, since you're on a new exhibit, a new interview, that we break early for the lunch hour. I don't know what time they ordered for some of you your lunch. I'll make sure we do not start. I think it's usually been about 12:15. So we'll start back up, but I'll have the attorneys come back in an hour, give you all an hour, and then we'll see where your lunches are at. If you all are done, we'll start soon after that as well. So my admonitions previously obviously remain: do not discuss this case, do not do any research, and enjoy your lunch. I'll rise for the jury. Yeah, they're pretty good. We'll get them sooner. All right, thank you. We are in recess. go ahead. Do you want the, preview on? Let me bring up an exhibit that's already. Good afternoon, everyone. We are back on the record in State versus Kurczewski. Appearances are as they were before. And I'd like to just have the jury brought out. Okay.
So I'm just wondering if the court has given any thought to, this is unrelated to the, the testimony, but to what time we might end today. And I just would indicate that the state said they have another 3 or 4 hours of just video to play, plus a couple more hours of questioning. So it's clear to me that they won't finish with this witness today. And it'll take some time on Monday. So if there's any chance of being able to finish early today, say in the 4 o'clock hour, I'm just asking if that could be something we might think about. I'm sure the jury would appreciate leaving early on a Friday. I can stay as late as the court wants, although I do have some plans tonight. So I'm just asking for a special consideration.
Let's play it by ear. I'm not opposed to that. I always like to let my jury go a little bit early on a Friday if I can with a multi-week trial. We'll kind of play it by ear, and if we're around the 4 o'clock and we're at a point where, we know, Attorney Nicolai, that you have to start like a new topic, I'll sort of play it by ear with all of that. And, maybe it's 1:45, if it's a little earlier. I don't want to put us behind at all, but I think we're kind of progressing well.
Schedule, and I can kind of, make it clear I'm moving from one topic to the next once we get around that time frame.
Okay, great, yep, we'll see what I can do. No promises, but I'll see what I can do. All right then, Madam Clerk, if you could have the, first, Detective Hoppy take the stand. It takes a little bit, and then Madam Clerk will get the jury. Hi, Ryan. You guys know that's my law clerk, right? Okay. Almost ready? Oh, got it. It's all right. It's always good to stand a little bit. They weren't quite ready, but I figure we sit so much, it's good to stand. I can hear them.
All rise for the jury.
Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. Attorney Nicolai, when you're ready, you can continue.
Thank you. Detective Hoppy, when we broke for lunch, I was asking you some questions about July 10th of 2019, and I think you testified you spoke again with Ms. Kurczewski,
That's right.
and that was at her request?
Yes.
Okay. If I could please show the witness, Exhibit 203, and as we've talked about, sir, with Exhibit 202, you're aware that this interview also has been clipped apart?
Yes.
And have you seen all those pieces?
Yes, I have.
Have you also seen the entirety of the interview?
Yes.
Okay. Do you see Exhibit 203 before you?
Yes, I do.
And do you recognize it?
Yes.
What is it?
It's the interview that was conducted with Ms. Kurczewski on July 10th, 2019.
Are those video clips fair and accurate pieces of the interview from that date?
Yes, they are.
I'd move Exhibit 203 into evidence.
No objection.
Exhibit 203 is receive permission to publish granted.
And on slide 1, Detective, there's some information just to kind of orient the jury, right?
Yes.
Okay, so moving to slide 2. And again, there's actually the date stamp in the video player as well, right?
That's correct.
It looks like maybe the same interview room.
Yes, it is.
Okay. And I know I already asked you this, but if Miranda warnings applied in any of these interviews, that was done,
Yes,
and Ms. Kurczewski wanted to speak with you.
that's correct.
Okay. I would ask to play, the first clip is from 14:30 to 14:35:51.
And I didn't do it. And I was up all night long trying to think of everything I was thinking of the Bisons.
We're gonna pause that. Looks like we got some audio problems.
I'm an unpublished, Madam Clerk, for a second. Despite our best efforts at testing over the lunch hour.
And I can turn down the source audio from here if we need to as well.
And I didn't do it. And I was up all and I didn't do it. And I didn't do it. And I was up all night long trying to think of everything.
Do we need to maybe perhaps excuse the jury and have you work on that if there needs to be further testing? Why don't we do that?
Okay, I'm sorry.
We'll get that figured out. We'll have you brought back in. I'll rise for the jury, please. Mm. 5 minutes earlier, he was in the back. Yeah, we'll contact our IT. specialist and see if he can figure that out. All right, we'll be off the record then until we get that sorted out. Record. Didn't know you turned it off.
Just the two? What? Just the two? Just the one. Oh, they're all. That one. Say their own. Okay. Yeah, just the one. Then we're good. Yeah, I just wanted to not have things.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if I did something, but
I don't think it was you, but just every once in a while it like switches to video conference from video control. Yeah, I think if it switches over to video conference, then it moves it. All right.
are we okay?
Yeah, probably.
I always look at video. I don't.
Controls is the one that we have to do if there's no Zoom.
Welcome back. I'm helping you all get your steps today. Thank you, everyone. Please be seated. And then are we ready to publish?
I believe we are, Judge. I apologize for that error. I think that the echo is gone at this point. So let's try. This is slide 2 of Exhibit 203.
And I didn't do it. And I was up all night long trying to think of everything I was thinking of the Bisons. I was thinking of her waters. I was wondering, she normally always had like 1 or 2 waters by her. Was any of that checked? I don't know. I was thinking of literally everything because I'm like,
I swear to God, we tested this and it was working. So, I don't know what's happening. Let's get Zach here.
You didn't cancel my message.
No, I think
That was just,
Was it published when we tested it?
so. I don't think so.
No,
no.
maybe the.
All right, well, that's a good thing that we'll bring Zach into. I'm gonna have to excuse you again. We'll go off the record so that our technology expert comes in and figures this out. So, thank you. I'll rise for the jury. Just come down.
Yeah.